David Hontoon,
Here.
and Thomas Heaney. Here.
Okay, great. Next order of business is we're going to adopt the minutes from November 24th and December 3rd. Do I have a motion to adopt said minutes?
Motion to adopt said minutes.
Motion made by Olin Gambrell. Do I have a second?
Second, Chris Souza.
Second it.
Chris Souza, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries 5-0. The next order of business that we have on the calendar is just a control item. We are going to talk with the attorneys for the, Gerard Galvin, Robert Silva, and Steve McGilvery, along with, I guess, right now we'll be the control from the town side. Are you gentlemen on the line? Mr. Silva, Mr. Galvin, Mr. McGilvery? Please raise your hand so that the moderator can let you in. Mr. Silva, are you there? Gerard Galvin, are you there?
This is Matt Lees. I'm here on behalf of Robert M. Sylvia.
Okay, great.
And Mr.
How are you,
Chairman, Jay,
Mr. Lees?
Good. How are
Jay
you?
Lynch on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Horan.
Okay, great. Tonight's
Mr.
meeting,
Chair. Sorry, Gerard Galvin is also here now.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At our last meeting, which was, I believe it was in November, we discussed the control and what was going to happen. Did everyone meet the deadlines to get information to one another? Have you guys received the brief from the planning board? I know the attorneys that were appealing it have submitted their drafts. Have you guys received anything back?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have Mr. Horan's brief filed by Friday. So that will be submitted.
Okay, so you'll have it by Friday. When
Yeah.
can we move forward with this appeal, gentlemen and gentlewomen who's not on the phone?
I know Marissa is going to have to prepare a response after I file my brief. So I don't know if we want to give her a couple weeks.
If yours is going to be done Friday, which is the 26th, we go 2 weeks, that's going to leave us into the middle of March. Why don't we just say the regularly scheduled meeting in March will open with the Planning Board of Appeals?
Well, and Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention when we originally discussed a briefing schedule, there was an opportunity to file a SIR reply or a response brief. That was also contemplated after Mr. Lynch filed his brief. So if we could, have a week following, I suppose that the town files, perhaps a week after that brief is filed, to file a response. Ideally, we'll still be in time for the regular March meeting, but
If not, we'll continue it then. But I think if Marissa can get her brief after she reads Jay's, get it filed sometime in the next 7 to 10 days. That should give us plenty of time for you to rebut and us to schedule the meeting. Are we in agreement?
That's fine with me.
yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, so that's going to be Mr. Lynch, I'm putting you down for the 26th.
Yep, that's fine.
Mr. Regan, I know you're recused on this matter, but I'm going to assume that hopefully Marissa can get her brief out sometime before the 10th of March. And that will leave 2 weeks or a little less than 2 weeks before the next scheduled meeting. So our plan of attack is we are going to open the March meeting with the Planning Board of Appeals. And if need be, we will continue at that point. And since everyone's in agreement.
For the record, the next meeting is the 23rd of March, not the 26th.
Well, Mr. Lynch is getting his his brief done this Friday, the 26th.
26th of February, correct?
Yes. So the 23rd of March is our next meeting. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next business is zoning board of review continued and withdraw cases. Mr. Secretary, can you just read the petitioner and the address, and we'll try to get through these at a pretty good pace.
The first one is Nicholas Paisanos, 2 Tony Lynn Terrace.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Paisano was on our ill-fated call in January, and we continued it. So, Mr. Regan, do we need a vote to dismiss this without prejudice? He wanted to withdraw it. You're muted, Peter.
Was the applicant requesting that it be continued or withdrawn?
Withdrawn.
Then yeah, you should make a motion to withdraw it without prejudice.
Okay.
Chris Souza, motion to withdraw petition of Nicholas Paisanos without prejudice.
Do I have a second?
Tom Silvera seconds it.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion is carried 5.
Aye.
Okay, next order of business, Mr. Heaney.
Atlantic Beach Second Limited Liability Company, 42 through 44 and 56 Wave Avenue.
Mr. Martland, are you on the line? David Martland? Mr. Martland, are you there? I am going to continue this then until the 26th of March, unless Mr. Martland comes on the line. Next petition, Mr. Heaney.
Again, correction on the date, 23rd March.
Martland just came on.
Mr. Martland, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I had lost my connection and I had to, get back in.
That's a reoccurring theme tonight. Mr. Martland, we're looking at the petition for Wave Avenue. And
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're in the process now of working through some revised plans to take into account a number of issues, concerns from objectors. I hope to have revised plans ready within the next month. It may require having to refile a petition, but at this point, I would ask that this be continued to March 23rd with the anticipation of filing a new petition.
okay, we'll continue that to the March 23rd. And as I go through these cases on the front end, I'm going to ask any attorneys that have any cases that they'd like to voluntarily elect to go to our March 9th meeting, because we got a rather long calendar tonight. So if you have any cases that are lower in the docket that you'd like to move to the 9th, let me know, and that will save people tonight. Hopefully get to more people.
Sure, I actually have two cases sort of in the bottom of the docket. One, the petition of Newport Realty, Inc. and Food Love Market Middletown LLC. I would ask that that be continued to the 9th, as well as the petition of 115 Purgatory LLC and Nicole Chang.
Okay. Mr. Heaney, did you capture those so I can make sure we have them? I'm going to give everyone on the front end of the docket the ability to do the same thing. We're going to continue those two cases until the special meeting on March 9th.
Additionally, Mr. Chairman, there is a case of Kelly and Andrew Salem. Mr. Jackson represents an abutter.
Yes,
Mr.
we
Jackson-
have a letter in the file requesting a continuance.
Yes, and we would ask that that be continued to March 9th as well.
Okay, so we're going to continue all three cases to March 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, David. Mr. Heaney, did you catch all that? I don't want to go too quickly.
The first one, what was the first one again?
The first one was,
Food Love Market.
I got Food Love. What was the one before that?
That was the first one.
What's your second case, Mr.
The
Martland?
second one was the
Chang.
petition of
Nicole
115
Chang.
Purgatory LLC and Nicole Chang.
Yep. Got it. And then the last one is the Salem petition, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so those three are continued then to March 9th.
Thank you.
Mr. Heaney, can you read the next petition?
James L. Paradise, 170 Aquidneck Avenue. It's for both a variance and a special use permit.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Gerard Galvin for James Paradise. If the zoning board can continue to bear with me for another month, possibly two, there is a possible transaction of the property. If that transaction does not go through, we may still wish to proceed with this application, but I expect this to come to a head within the next month or two. So I'd ask for a continuance tonight to the March regular meeting, 3/23.
Okay, we'll grant that. We'll grant that. That sounds reasonable.
Thank you.
Mr. Heaney, the next petition.
John R. Gullickson and Bonnie F. Zimble, and that's at 59 Aquidneck Ave. And again, it's for both variance and the special use.
Mr. Chairman, Jay Lynch on behalf of the applicants on that. We are presently in front of the TRC. We had one meeting and they've asked us to make some changes to our parking lot drainage. So we're in the process of doing that. And then we've got to go back to TRC when that's done. So if we can just continue this to March 23.
I have no issue with that. I did have a question on, in reviewing the case, and I'm not quite sure where this falls in, whether it's a use or a dimensional variance, but the code 603, I believe it is, allows a hotel in a limited business, provided there's 20,000 square feet of area. And when I reviewed the petition, I believe Mr. Gullifson only has 18,000 square feet. Is that an oversight, or am I missing something?
Well, there is, we in the past, we've always been dealing with the section, the particular section dealing with the hotel use. And that permits the hotel based upon the number of rooms per square feet of lot area.
Yeah, but earlier in the code, this is one of those chicken and egg things that I'm not sure how to answer. So maybe you can put on your brilliant legal mind and help me, because earlier in under the use statute, it's allowed in that district by special use, provided it meets the area requirement. And then I agree with you that further on in the code, it's got this listing of, so many square feet per land. So which one prevails? I'm not sure. Mr. Regan, do you have an opinion? You're muted, Pete.
Mr. Chairman, I think they both prevail. They're both in Article 14 of the zoning code, and you have to read them in a way that basically empowers both provisions. There is a provision that says you have to have the minimum square footage that's set forth in section 603, which in this case would be 20,000 square feet. And then it says you also need to have 1,000 square feet per room. So once you meet that minimum requirement of 20,000 square, let's say I want to have a 25 room hotel, I've got to have at least 25,000 square feet. But once again, the provisions don't conflict with each other. You have to read them in a way that they both work. So it's just I understand it's going to be continued. It's certainly something that I'm available to discuss with Mr. Lynch offline once he has an opportunity to take a look at it.
Yeah, whether we have to amend it and just put it in as a variance, I'm not sure whether it's a use or a dimensional variance. When I read 603, it's a use variance, but then when I read the further on, I get confused. So, Mr. Lynch, can you work with Mr. Regan on this?
I will. We'll get that resolved before the next meeting.
And I'm going to give you the same courtesy that we gave. Mr. Martland, do you have any cases pending?
There was one that Mr. Regan's got the conflict on the Robert Maston petition,
Uh-huh.
which is 40 Beachview at Terrace.
Yes,
If we can just continue that to March 9.
we can do that. So
Thank
we're
you.
going to continue that to March 9. I really appreciate you guys working with us on the calendar. So Mr. Maston's property is going to be continued until March 9.
Thank you very much.
The next case is Sens Corporation, 0 West Main Road, and that's again, variance and special use.
Is there anyone on the line representing Zens Corp? Mr. Costa, have you had any indication of where this sits?
No, I haven't had any contact with the petitioner or anybody representing this application.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's been a while. It's been sitting out here. I'm involved on behalf of Green Development. That's still in front of Mr. Hall. The town is trying to resolve some easements across the subject property. So we're waiting on that. I know there's been back and forth between Mr. Hall and the applicant's engineers. If we can just continue that to 326.
323, but yes.
323, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's my fault. Okay, we're going to continue Sense Corporation to 323, and hopefully we'll find out from the town where it sits. Mr. Heaney, the next petition on the continued and withdrawn list.
John and Pamela Wallace, 819 Aquidneck Avenue.
Represented by Chappelle and Chappelle. Is Mr. Chappelle, are you on the line? Mr. and Mrs. Wallace, are you on the line? Mr. Costa, I'm going to continue this to 323, but can you reach out to the petitioner and find out what the status is?
I can call him.
I don't know. I guess we call Chappelle and Chappelle.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want it to get forgotten, but I'm trying to clean up our docket. So if you can reach out to either the attorney or the petitioner.
And you want to put it down for the 9th or give them the option, or you want to?
No, I'm going right to the 23rd. If they weren't here tonight.
Yep. Continue the next schedule, 23rd. 323.
Thank you again, Mr. Lynch, for your consideration to the 9th. Next petitioner is Mr. Brogan.
Reconsideration for Glenn P. Brogan, 75 Tuckerman Avenue.
Mr. Brogan, I believe you're represented by Silva, Thomas, Martland, and Offenberg. Mr. Silva, Bob Silva, are you on the line?
Mr. Chairman, if Bob's not on the line, I can indicate that this matter may be continued to the hearing on March 23rd. Mr. Brogan is in the process of finalizing some revised plans to submit. It should be by the end of this week. And then this matter needs to be renoticed and re-advertised prior to that hearing.
I see Mr. Silva, you're on the line. You want to take yourself off mute and add anything to that?
Am I okay now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, no, David is correct. He'll probably be making the presentation after the plans have been revised. We're going to be looking for less variance relief than we originally did, so that it will be a different petition, so to speak. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Silva. We're gonna continue that just for the record to 323-21.
Thank you.
Okay. The next matter on the docket are summary hearings. Summary hearings are very minor relief that's required. And what I'm going to do is have Mr. Heaney read each petition. I'm going to ask if there's anyone on the line that would like to testify against the petition? And if there is, we'll move it to a full hearing at the end of tonight's docket. If there's not, it'll stay on the consent calendar and we'll vote both petitions up either down or forward. So Mr. Heaney, if you could read the first petition.
Petition of Kyle and Claudia Cavallero for a variance from sections 603 and 701 to allow the construction of a single-family dwelling in a detached garage with a north side yard garage setback of 10 feet where 20 is required. Said real estate is located at 0 Morrison Avenue and further identified as Lot 816 on Tax Assessor's Plat 114.
Okay, is there anyone on the line that would like to speak against this petition? Please raise your hand so the moderator can see you. Mr. Costa, are you in earshot of Angela? Is she the one that's looking for this?
Yeah, she's downstairs in the council chambers. I'm up in the office, so.
There's no one raising their hand.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Go ahead and read the next case, Mr. Heaney.
Petition of Michael and Sarah Hand by their attorney J. Russell Jackson Esquire for a variance from section 603 and 701 to allow the addition of 131 square foot second floor addition over the existing structure with a northerly side yard setback of 9 feet 8 inches where 15 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 106 Esplanade and further identified as Lot 100 on Tax Assessor's Plat 116 Northeast.
Again, is there anyone on the call tonight that would like to speak against this petition? If so, raise your hand. Angela, we'll give them a minute. If you don't see any, let me know. Okay, seeing Angela, is there any objectors?
No, there are not.
Okay, seeing how there's no objectors to either of these cases, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the slate in its entirety. Please note that tonight voting on this is going to be, let me read it. It's going to be Jim Miller, Tom Silvera, Tom Heaney, Chris Souza, and Olin Gambrell. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. to
Do I
grant the
have a
petitions.
second? Tom Silvera first. Do I have a second?
Chris Souza, second.
Chris Souza second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Just give me 1 second to get caught up on paperwork. Okay, now we're into the new petitions. Mr. Heaney, can you read the first new petition?
Petition of Newport National Real Estate Limited Liability Company by their attorney, Robert M. Silva, Esquire, for a variance from section 603 and 605 to allow the construction of a clubhouse with a main roof line of 35 feet with a clock tower of 40 feet 8 inches where 30 feet is allowed and a footprint of 12,863 square feet where 10,000 square feet is allowed. Said real estate is located at 425 Mitchell's Lane and further identified as Lot 29 on Tax Assessor's Plat 124.
Mr. Silva, would you like to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a petition which has been amended by new plans that were just filed last week. And I think there should be a covering letter asking that the the zoning board consider amending the petition to exclude certain relief. We are no longer asking for relief to have a footprint in excess of 10,000 square feet. We've redesigned the clubhouse and the footprint will be less than 10,000 square feet. So there's no need to ask for that relief. The only relief remaining would be for a height variance.
And you're in DPR, correct?
Well, we're not only in DPR, but we will probably be in DPR for a month or two. But in any event, I would say, haven't had a date given to me by Ron Wolanski and TRC, but we're in the process of trying to make the application correct and file all the supporting documentation. So at a minimum, this has to be continued at least a month to the 23rd of March. And I would ask the board to allow my request to amend the petition as such.
Yeah, do we need a motion for that, Mr. Regan? Do we need a motion to allow that?
You need a motion, or Mr. Silva can simply file has he filed an amended petition?
No, I haven't, but I can do that.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
That way, Bob, the record will be clear
Yep.
without looking at the minutes, what the current plans are. So I think that would be the way to go.
I will be more than happy to supplement my letter request with an amended petition.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Silva, we're going to put that over to the 23rd of March then. And
that'll be fine.
Because I believe you're on the next petition as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Heaney.
Petition of Newport County Regional YMCA by their attorney, Robert M. Silva Esquire, for a special use permit from section 605B1 to allow 11,400 square foot addition to existing structure, resulting in a total of 5,844 square feet, where 3,500 square feet is allowed. Said real estate is located at 792 Valley Road and further identified as Lot 1 on Tax Assessor's Plat 115.
And I think there's one more petition for the same property.
Petition of Newport County Regional YMCA and 127 John Clark Road Limited Liability Company by their attorney, Robert M. Silver Esquire, for a variance from section 1301D to allow parking closer than 10 feet setback and from section 1302 to allow off-site parking to be located on a lot not accompanied by the principal use. Plat 115, lot 59. Said real estate is located at 792 Valley Road and further identified as Lot 1 on Tax Assessor's Plat 115.
Okay, Mr. Silva, you want to tell us about the petition from your client's point of view?
I think he's probably muted. Bob, you're probably muted.
There he is.
Okay. Yeah, this petition has been before the planning board for several months, being reviewed and revised. And on the 13th of January of this year, the planning board unanimously voted to approve the petition and to send the recommendation of approval to the zoning board of review, which I believe you've received by virtue of a letter dated January 19, 2021, to Mr. Miller under the signature of Paul Croce, chairman of the planning board. At the hearings before the planning board, the design of the proposal expansion was approved, subject to the requirement and a recommended condition, which we would want to make part of the zoning board's approval, that prior to construction being permitted, the applicant must seek and be granted necessary approval from the town council or from any other appropriate body to allow the proposed construction on and use the town-owned property known as Plat 115, Lot 51. That is essentially a roadway. If you go to the facility at the Y, the upper parking lot exits out to the corporate park, to John Clark Road. What looks like a driveway on the YMCA's property is actually a roadway in part that is owned by the town leading to the corporate park. So we don't have full control over that, but we would be using that roadway to access the off-site parking, which is on a separate lot up in that area that's owned by the People's Credit Union under the LLC name of the John Clark Road LLC. That's an area that will contain a number of parking spaces where we will be able to have our employees from the Y park there and not take up parking spaces on the main campus, so to speak. So that condition should be a part of our approval, that we will have to reach out to the town council and get permission to use that access way leading to the John Clark Road. That becomes the secondary exit and entrance right from the corporate park to the main parking area of the YMCA. The other access, the main access, will be relocated, but it will be still on Valley Road coming directly into the main parking lot. So that recommendation has to be considered. And in addition to that, we were granted by the planning board 7 waivers dealing with various aspects of section 521, et cetera, on the size of the parking areas, building exterior roofs, the clapboards and the shingles, materials used. All of that has been approved. And the plans that we have filed recently with the zoning board show the new design that's been accepted by the planning board and the location of all the parking and the expansion of the buildings. So the request we need tonight is a special use permit, and that has been identified in detail by Nathan Godfrey, who prepared 2 real estate appraisal reports and filed them with the docket, filed it with the record in this matter. The special use permit is to allow the footprint of the Y to exceed 35,000 square feet. The actual facility at the moment is already in excess of 35,000 square feet. The Y, as it exists and has existed for several years, is 45,470 square feet. We're asking for an additional 11,406 square feet for a total of 52,844. That will comprise the new footprint of the YMCA as modified and expanded, especially in the gymnastic area and the area of the Y that's parallel to Valley Road. So we need a special use permit in that regard. And the report from Mr. Godfrey for the special use permit is very thorough. And I think he's with us, but I don't want to have him get into the evidence and the description of the report if the report has been made available to the board members and they're familiar with it. Likewise, go ahead.
What I would say is we'll see what the board has, if they have questions of Mr. Hool. I mean, the fact that the Y would have required the special use permit, even if we weren't doing anything to it, just modifying it because of it already exceeds the 35,000 square feet. And I think the planning board has done a fairly good job I looked at both the before and after drawings, and I think it's a good example of the petitioner working in collaboration with the planning board. So I'll leave it up to the members of the board if they have questions of Mr. Hool. But
No,
I think the
it's
special use
Mr.
permit,
Godfrey.
Mr.
It's
Godfrey,
Mr.
I'm
Godfrey.
sorry,
Yeah, it's okay.
Mr. Godfrey, because if they're, you know, the special use permit is there, and I think they've met the standard already on the existing structure, and I'll let the board ask questions if they need it. So continue with your petition, and if possible, if you have the petitioner there and they would like to speak about, you know, why is doing this, that might be helpful.
Yes, I will ask Michael Miller in due course, who's the CEO of the Y, and he's been at the head of this development effort and the financial campaign that's been in process for all over 2 years. And our project manager is James Farrar of the Farrar Building Company. They will be available to give you a little bit of background on what's being done. And the other witness that I think is important at this time and could answer questions from the board is Michael Russell, the professional engineer who's actually designed the site itself, the parking, the access, and he can talk to you about the approvals that are required from RIDOT, the PAP, physical alteration permit to have a new entrance coming in from Valley Road, and also the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management and the wetlands issue that we've received permission to go ahead with our project as proposed. And he'll also describe the fact that we have some preliminary approval from Coastal Resource Management Council, but the final approval from CRMC cannot come until after the zoning board approves the application, both as a variance and as a special use permit. Once that's done, we will get the final approval from the CRMC. But essentially, the planning board did do a rather thorough review, and it made findings of fact that this project will not result in conditions inimical to the public health, safety, and welfare. Likewise, it would not substantially or permanently injure the appropriate use of the property in the surrounding district. And more importantly, that the project as designed complies with all requirements of the planning board statutes and regulations. And more importantly, it's consistent with the comprehensive community plan. All of that is found in Mr. Godfrey's report on the special use permit. In addition, Mr. Godfrey has a separate written report identifying the variances, which are regulatory in nature. And one, it shows that the off-street parking, so called, the lot that's not owned by the Y, but is under a lease arrangement with People's Credit Union and 127 John Clark Road, LLC, that will host a number of parking spaces. But because those parking spaces are not on our property, they're off-site, we have to ask that under section 1302, we be allowed a variance to include that off-site parking as part of our plan. And finally, there are a number of small minor parking spaces. Because of the existing configuration of the parking area, they are within 10 feet of a boundary line, and the code requires parking to be no closer than 10 feet to a property line. So with respect to those very limited parking spaces, we're asking for a variance to allow those spaces to be used closer to the property line than 10 feet. So that's the nature of the relief. And in addition to the report that Mr. Godfrey has submitted, Paul Bannon, a traffic engineer, has prepared, and we filed, and it's been a part of the record for quite some time, a traffic analysis showing that the parking configuration and the travel lanes and the access to and from Valley Road and from John Clark Road will be absolutely essential. to the project and meets all requirements of good planning from a traffic engineering perspective. The plans themselves that show what it looks like, that was done by Vision 3N Architects, Steve Amoruso, who I believe is on the line, and he can describe the design of the outside of the building if need be. That was a very relative and important review by the planning board, because the planning board, unlike the zoning board, has design authority as to what the building looks like and what the materials are that are used to construct the exterior of the building. And that was the subject of review by the planning board, and it was approved unanimously by the approval of the planning board, which, as I said, dates back to January 13th of 2021. The project itself is the first effort by the YMCA to renovate and upgrade a facility which is many years old, and it's not handicap access compliant. This whole new design will bring the YMCA into the 20th century with all regulations, and we've done a great deal of work with sprinkler systems, air conditioning units, and everything has been brought up to code. The campaign has been going on for over 2 years, and we are a non-profit organization. We're not a business organization. We're not in the business of making money as a profit, but we do serve thousands of residents of Aquidneck Island and beyond Aquidneck Island with the facilities at the Y. With that, if the board wants, I would call upon Mike Miller to just give a description of what the whole program is about and why we're before this board.
I think, Mr. Silva, that would be helpful. And then
Yep.
what I'd like to do is, after we hear from Mr. Miller, I'd like to have the board ask if there's any questions on the special use permit, because I'd like to do the special use permit first and then go to the dimensional variances. And just so everyone on the board knows that if you make a motion, I just request that you include the recommendations from the January 19th planning board. We don't have to go through and detail them in detail, but as long as we
Glad
make
to
that
do
a
it.
part of the record,
Yeah, be glad to do it.
that's the only requirement. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, and Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt. I may have missed my window. This is Russ Jackson. I just have a couple matters on the calendar I wanted to confirm a continuance on, and I didn't realize you were going to be starting a full hearing with Mr. Silva, and I'm hoping if Bob will extend me that courtesy just to confirm a continuance. So,
Not a problem, Russell. Go right ahead.
thank you.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little further down on items under new petitions, the petition of Kristen M. Zekas, I had submitted a written request. I represent the applicant to be continued to March 9th.
We'll accept that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then I was just retained by Jacqueline McVicker for 300 Vaucluse Avenue. I know that Mr. Silva represents an abutter. They were looking for a continuance, which we are agreeable to. It's just the pleasure of the board. I would prefer to see it continue to March 9th if possible. I think Bob may have a different opinion on that.
Yes, I do. I was just recently engaged by two abutters, the abutter to the south, Kylie Prime, and the abutter to the north, Kevin Bulk. And as a part of this process, there's also a variance being requested from RIDEM on a septic system, which ties into the plan of design for the house that is the subject of the dimensional variance. I have sought the assistance of an engineer to look at that issue as well, and I don't think I'd be able to be prepared by the 9th, Russell, to really be able to have seen what the issues are from my clients and actually sit down with you and see if we can resolve things going forward without, spending a lot of time at a hearing. So I would respectfully request that we go over to the 23rd of March. That should give me enough time to know what the issues are in that matter.
I think in an abundance of caution, Mr. Jackson, I'm inclined to grant the 23rd.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, is that your last continuance, Russ?
That's all I have. Thank you for the courtesy. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And now if we can all put our YMCA hats back on, Mr. Silva, as I was saying, I'd like to hear from Mr. Miller, and then I would like to take on the special use permit first, because that's where I think we're going to have most of our technical questions, if anyone on the board has any questions. And then after that, we'll take on the variances. So without further delay, if you can have Mr. Miller speak.
I believe he's on.
Yes, can you hear
Miller,
me? Can you hear
raise
me?
your right hand, please?
Yep.
Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name and address for the record.
Mike Miller, 19 Friendship Place, Newport, Rhode Island.
And you're testifying tonight. What's your role at the Y, Mr. Miller?
The CEO of the YMCA.
Okay.
Mike, could you give a little bit of history as to what this project is all about and why it's necessary to ask for this relief and the financial campaign in the community that is on parallel with the same?
Yes. So this project really started years ago. We first, noticed at the YMCA that our programs and classes were filling up. Lack of space for childcare. We're a large provider of special needs activities, and without the ADA compliance. So we started with surveys. We surveyed the entire community through in-person workshops, questionnaires, and really wanted to see what the community wanted from their YMCA. The YMCA is run by local board of directors. We're an independent YMCA here in the Middletown community. So after we received those surveys, we really started designing the Y based on programmatic needs. And as Bob mentioned, a couple main point of needs is barriers of access. The Y now is built in 74. You could go in there and you could notice the ADA issues that we do have. So this new Y will clear all that up. We run 12 Special Olympics teams out of our YMCA here locally. 150 children and adults that have special needs come to our Y each week. And so this new building will give them the space and also the access to the YMCA that is much needed. A big part of this project is also childcare. Currently, we have 58 children on a childcare program. It's a licensed program that's well respected throughout the state of Rhode Island. We have currently, during a COVID, say, pandemic, where most childcare centers are seeing a decrease, we actually have 12 kids currently on the waiting list, and we're filled until next September. So part of this project has always been to increase our childcare offerings. Go down to infant care to 5 years old. Currently, we serve 2 to 5 years old. Such a need for that in this community, and that need's going to continue to grow. So childcare is a big aspect of this. And lastly, health and wellness. The current YMCA was 8 old racquetball courts that were modified into what you have now as a wellness center. This new wellness center will provide more space. We'll have more group exercise classrooms and just an amazing safe space. And COVID, we're increasing the airflow, better airflow, cleaning and washing stations, and more space for our members to exercise. Hopefully we get out of this COVID situation soon, but this Y is designed with that in mind. So we're looking at increasing participation where we're filling up and lack of space. We don't want to turn anyone away. We're looking at increasing childcare and to take care of our special needs population here on the island. Very, very important. So that's really the
Michael. There's
center
also
around it.
the addition of the Rhodey squash.
Yes, Yeah, thank you, Bob. Yeah, the Rotary Squash Program merged with the YMCA. We work with Thompson Middle School. With this addition, we'll be expanding to Middletown Middle School and also high school. It's a squash program that's a free after-school program for kids where they get tutoring, learn how to play squash, and then there's support if the kids want to move on to, look at scholarships and work with these kids all through high school to possibly get college scholarships. Squash is the carrot to get the kids involved. It's a wonderful sport. We had great success at Thompson Middle School. We want to expand the program to the high schools and bring it to Middletown. There will be an educational center with this YMCA dedicated to that space, and also a community kitchen for nutrition classes. So we're excited to take that program and grow. What we've seen over the last 2 years with fundraising is large support from many foundation and community members. We hope to next week launch really our public phase again to get out there, but we've secured, that's through the YMCA investing some of its own money and also money from the community, around $8.3 million. Our goal is 10 million. We would like to, of course, achieve that a little bit higher, but we are so close, and it's great support thus far of securing that $8.3 million within the last 2 years. So we really would, want to move this program forward for the community and make sure that this community has the why that's going to last the next 50 to 100 years. This building has done a great job since 1974. It's time to really kind of get the building set for the future. So that's why we are before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Miller? Mike, I just have one question. You're asking to go up 11,000 square feet. For the size of the Y, the community that we service, where does that fit in as far as otherwise?
When we look at, trying to think of some studies I've seen, Chairman Miller, when we look at the Mystic YMCA and some of the newer YMCAs, we are right in line with what people are doing designing YMCAs, especially as an independent YMCA, where we have to have all the facilities within one YMCA to offer the community. A lot of associations will split that up amongst a number of Ys and people have to travel. But we are right in line with what we see as independent YMCAs with a community our size and what we need to serve the community.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Miller? Are there any questions for any of the experts on the special use permit that deals with the size of the Y? Any questions for Mr. Hull?
No.
It's Mr. Godfrey.
I'm sorry. I
It's
get
okay.
a name. I looked down, I wrote it down and I said it wrong. So I apologize.
Not a problem.
Any other questions on the special use? I guess we can move on.
Excuse me, Mr. Miller.
Yes.
There is one hand raised. There's no last name, but first name is Nancy.
Okay. Mr. Regan, point of order here. Should I open it up on the special use to public comment and then move on to the variance after we vote on it?
What I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, is to allow Mr. Silva to make the full presentation and then open it up to comment by the public before you begin to consider a motion or any deliberations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Regan. So, Angela, if you can just let Miss Nancy know, we're going to wait until we hear the testimony on the variance.
No problem. She took her hand down.
Okay, Mr. Silva, can you tell us about the relief on the variance?
On the variance, yes. It deals with two sections under the ordinance, and it's regulatory in nature. It talks about section 1301D, as I indicated in my opening remarks, that requires all parking spaces to be at least 10 feet away from a boundary. And there are a number of spaces that are less or closer than the 10 feet. And then finally, under section 1302, that requires all parking for a facility to be, quote, on site, unquote. Well, we don't own lot 59 on plat 115. That's a parking area that's being used to serve the building in which People's Credit Union intends to have its main office, but it is surplus to People's Credit Union's needs. So we have entered into a 3-year lease with options to extend to take that lot 59, plat 115, and use it as a supplemental parking facility for the employees of the YMCA. But in order to do that, we have to ask for a regulatory variance to allow us to incorporate into our proposal an off-site parking facility and make it a part of our overall use. We have a number of parking spaces already on our site as it's designed. We actually have 182, if my memory serves me correctly, spaces in the existing Y. And under this proposal, we will build out and include lot 59. We will come up with 262 spaces. Those numbers were provided to me by Michael Russell, who's the prime architect, I should say the prime engineer of the design of the properties and the relocation of the main entrance and the requirement to get state approval from RIDOT, a PAP permit from Rhode Island DEM, and from Coastal. If you wish, I'd be more than happy to call on Mr. Russell to answer any questions, but essentially these are regulatory variances which only require us to show that the hardship would be more than a mere inconvenience. And we have on a number of occasions major sports activities. We haven't since pandemic started, but if you have swimming meets, gymnastic meets, and things of that nature, it was such that the parking was so necessary to accommodate everyone participating in that program that you would end up with people parking on Valley Road, which was not what we wanted. So with this expanded area of parking, 262 parking spaces, we'll be able to deal with any of those large events and contain the parking on our site. But Mr. Russell is certainly much more qualified to deal with the particulars of the design, the parking and whatnot that go into our request for a regulatory variance.
If Mr. Russell can explain the egress, so I believe 59, if memory serves me right, is located just to the east above the upper parking lot.
That's correct.
So it's almost, isn't there access to that parking lot now by stairway?
I believe there is. I'll let Mike answer that.
Okay. Mr. Russell, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You've appeared before this committee on numerous occasions, so we're going to accept you as an expert witness.
Thank you.
Tell us about where lot 59 is and how will people get back and forth?
Mr. Chairman, do I have the ability to share my screen?
That's beyond my pay grade.
All right, I will attempt to do it and let's see if
I think that has to come from the moderator.
I think there's a button on the bottom that says share.
He's got it.
Yeah, how'd that, so it worked, first shot.
That's amazing.
Okay, let me zoom into the area in question. Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, if you could repeat the question, please.
I'm concerned, how will they transition from that lot to the Y?
Okay, so what exists there now, the limits of this parking lot, existing parking lot will not be expanded. We're just proposing to restripe it to maximize the number of spaces with one-way travel. There's currently access from People's Credit Union, as you can see to the left or the north, but we are making a physical connection to that parking area. As you see, can you follow my cursor here?
Yep.
This driveway, two-way driveway off of the driveway extension on town property, as Bob described earlier. So that is the access. Existing access, and maybe Bob or Mike Miller, I don't think that is planned to be closed because this is a lease agreement, as Bob said. But to the Wise building, driveways and other parking areas, this will be the access here.
And that's where they need permission from the town, correct?
That's correct. To access that driveway as you see it, heading up toward John Clark Road. That's
Which is
town property.
existing today, correct?
Exactly. If you were to drive there, you would think it was a driveway on the Wise property, but it is not.
And I guess my particular question is right to the west of that roadway, is that a walkway down below?
Yes, we are proposing, along with the parking improvements, we're making improvements to the overall site circulation, vehicle access, drop off, and pedestrian network. So if I can zoom out here for a moment, there is a pedestrian network of sidewalks, crosswalks that go from John Clark all the way out to Valley Road and have internal connections to the building and the recreational fields in this area here. But to answer your question specifically, yes, this sidewalk will continue along that section of the driveway that's on town property out to John Clark.
Okay, very good. And then it looks like the sidewalks are going to be raised. I thought I saw that in one of your.
In the main driveway, the main parking area is on the opposite side of the central driveway. So for folks parking their cars looking to access the building, they're going to be crossing in multiple locations. So we are proposing 3 raised crosswalks in that main driveway area.
Now, Michael, the main entrance as proposed will be different than where it is right now. It'll be more to the north. And that will come in and go in such a fashion that you can access John Clark by going through the main roadway in.
That's correct. So the existing access is currently where this sidewalk is proposed to be extended to Valley Road. So we had proposed to move the access approximately 80 feet to the north, just on the other side of this existing detention facility, to better align that with the driveway in John Clark. So it creates a better flow right now. As you enter the Y, you kind of meander through the parking area to work your way out to John Clark. So this creates a better connection to John Clark, and then enables vehicles to the main entrance of the building or the general main parking area.
Now, the main entrance to the building will no longer be where it is now, but it will be show it with your cursor to the north side of the new building.
Correct. It's the main entrance is in this location right here.
Yep.
And where are the spots that are too close to the property line? Can you point those out?
Sure. Okay, so there is the property line basically runs between the 2 parking areas, the one that's being leased from People's Credit Union and the existing parking area here. So to create these additional 44 spaces on the YMCA's property and this new alignment, driveway alignment, the limit of pavement, currently it is less than 10 feet at its closest point for the existing parking, but we're moving even closer, almost on the property line. There's just slightly less than a foot separation from the property line, a little bit more from that stone wall, but it's the number of spaces that are less than 10 feet are these here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And the use that they're abutting is another parking lot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Russell?
Hey, Jim, this is Dave Huntoon. Just a quick question. Mr. Russell, you indicated there were 3 raised walkways. I'm assuming those are from the parking area to the sidewalks that would, I guess, run along the south side of that main drive. Can you point out which ones are raised and which ones aren't? And can you kind of explain why, if it's now a straight shot from the office park out to Valley, why they weren't all raised? Just give us a little indication as to what the thought process was.
That's a great question. I apologize. I said 3. All of these are raised through here. There's more than 3. I think I was zoomed in. I think there's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all proposed to be raised. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yep. No, I just know from experience, the parking lot is a hectic area at the Y. So anything you can do to slow traffic and make it safer, I think we'd all appreciate.
Yes, absolutely. That is the intent. This entire central driveway, each one of these crosswalks is proposed to be raised.
Okay, thank you.
And is there, not that it's germane to our decision today, but is there traffic control put in there as well? Is there any stop signs or?
Yes, very important to this process, to this layout, and this was discussed at length with the planning board and technical review committee. What's key to this is having appropriate signage and pavement markings to direct vehicles to the desired location. We have a bus drop-off area here, so there's various bypass routes to allow cars to avoid that area, avoid the main entrance. So it creates several options for any car entering the Y from either direction.
Okay, very good.
Mike, you might just want to touch base on the necessary approvals from the state agencies that you've obtained and made part of this proposal.
Sure. So prior to the planning board process, we had to obtain 2 state approvals, one with Rhode Island DOT for a physical alteration permit. Valley Road is a state road. The improvements were the relocation of the driveway, the pedestrian network, and a change in use because of the, which is another way of saying a redevelopment of the property from DOT's perspective. That was approved. Second to that was a permit with Rhode Island DEM for stormwater management and RIPTES. That permit application was also approved, and this was all done prior to the applicant going to the planning board. And lastly, I think Bob touched on it, because there is zoning action necessary for this project. We have to go to CRMC. There's a dashed dark line here, if the board can follow. That is all 200 feet from coastal resource area. So that limited amount of activity in that area requires a permit from CRMC, but we have to go to them once we are done with the zoning board.
Okay.
The reason for our being concerned about obtaining all of these approvals, the special use permit and the variance relief, is you can't really go out to the community to sell a project and raise the funds necessary for this multi-million-dollar renovation and not have permits in hand. You have to be able to tell people, we have approval to build this, now we want your contributions and your financial support. And that's the point we find ourselves at. And as Mike Miller indicated earlier, the board of directors and the building committee and the Y administration is in the process now of getting ready to go out for a public offering of support for the financial needs of this project. So once we get the variance and the special use permit approval, and then technically CRMC will be ready to go out with a full-blown financial campaign to raise the additional $2 million that we need.
Okay. Mr. Silva, with your permission, I'll ask the board if they have any questions of Mr. Russell. And if not, I'd like to open it up to public comment to see if there's anyone.
Yeah, that's fine. Excellent.
Does anyone on the board have any questions of Mr. Russell before we open it up to the
Hey,
public?
Jim, Chris Souza. The only question I had was the parking up at the top that's being leased from the People's Bank. That's not required. It's just necessary for the amount of people that flow in and out of this building and the amount of activity.
That's right, on occasion.
So they're just trying to do the right thing, just trying to organize people, get them in and out of the building and have more parking.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's nobody else that has a question of Mr. Russell on the board, I'm going to open it up to the public. Nancy, if you're there, if you'd like to raise your hand, or anyone else on the line that would like to either speak for or against the petition, please raise your hand and we'll take you in order. Angela, are you there?
I'm here. I do not see any hands being raised.
Let's give it a couple of seconds.
Okay.
Couple of minutes. Okay, seeing no public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion. First on the special use permit. Remember, I'd like to have the date of that.
January 19th.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like that included in this in both petitions. Let's take the special use permit first. Do I have a motion to accept the special use permit?
Chris Souza, motion to accept the special use permit with the planning board's input from the January 19th meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I didn't see that.
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, Tommy. Sorry.
Yep.
It's
That's all right.
hard.
That's okay.
Discussion?
It's the YMCA. They're servicing our community. They're a nonprofit. They clearly satisfy the 5 requirements of a special use permit. We could read them off, but it's almost common sense. They take care of childcare, kids with special needs, and provide services to our community where we're probably short on services like this.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to add that I think they could have done just exactly what Chris just said and come in and said, hey, we want these things, and not do all their homework and not be prepared like they are, just because they do provide good services for the community. But they didn't do that. They went to great lengths to make sure that they answered all these questions and showed us why they need these things and why they are reasonable, and that they're going to work with, in this case, the planning board, and then future with the Rhode Island Departments of Transportation, DEM, and CRMC. So I really do think they did their homework, and I'm definitely going to support this.
Any other comments from the board?
I'm going to support it for the same reasons.
Yeah, I too, Mr. Silvera, am going to support it. I look at what the Y does and how much they've accomplished with a building that was built in the 70s. And I also appreciate the fact that when it came time to build it, and the planning board got involved and started talking to them about design, they actually were very proactive, if the paper is correct, to the tune of spending an additional $250,000 more to make the building more compatible with our comprehensive plan. So I think it meets the 5 requirements. of a special use program, so I'm going to support it. And if there's no other comments, I'm going to ask for a vote. All those, Mr. Gambrell, you're voting on this. All those in favor?
sir.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Who said you're for it, right, Tommy? Everyone's for it, right? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I said aye, yes.
Yep. Motion carries 5-0. I now need a motion for the dimensional variances.
Chris Souza, motion to approve the 10
Second it.
10-foot setback for parking.
Olin,
Okay, so Chris Souza first, Olin Gambrell second. Discussion?
Yeah, I mean, as Tom said, they really did their homework, and I think really all they're trying to do here is do their best efforts to safely move people in and out of the building, especially during busy periods. We've all been down there during the Thanksgiving turkey run, and there's a lot going on down there, and this will probably organize it a lot better with limiting accidents.
I agree with Chris. They went above and beyond what they could have to make it. So for that, I'm going to support the YMCA.
Yeah, I think the relief that they're asking for with the 10 feet, encroaching on the parking, it's abutting another parking lot. So I'm a little more, I know it's a separate owner, but I think having a 3-year lease, I think it lessens the impact. So I don't think they're asking for more relief than they need. I think it's the minimum relief that's required to move forward with the project. Any other discussion?
No, I'm
All
going to
those in
support
favor?
it for the same reasons myself.
Thank you, Mr. Silvera. All those in favor?
Aye.
Tom Silvera, aye.
Jim Miller, aye. All motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Sylvie. Thank you, Mr. Miller, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and thank the members of the board. This is a community effort, and speaking on behalf of the board of directors and all the people who use the Y and support the Y, we really appreciate your support with these motions and approvals. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Silva, would you please prepare a draft of the decision?
I was waiting for you to ask me that, Peter. Yes, I'll be glad to.
And as a
Okay.
as a point of order for all my fine friends that are on the phone, we have to get better at getting these drafts, these decisions in. I was talking with the zoning official today, and I guess we have a bunch of them still pending. So please get them in as quickly as you can. On a point of order with the board, how are you guys doing? Can we go through a couple more cases?
Sure.
Take a break? Okay, Mr. Heaney, can you read the next petition, please?
Okay, just to make sure I'm on track here, I didn't number my pages. Is Ocean Point next?
That's correct.
Okay, good. All right, petition of Ocean Point Church for a special use permit from sections 1212D 2A to allow a 64 square foot building mounted sign where a 32 square foot is allowed, and from sections 212F5A to allow a backlit form of illumination on a building mounted sign. Said real estate is located at 66 Valley Road and further identified as Lot 19B on Tax Assessor's Plat 113.
Okay, do we have the applicant on the line? Ocean Point Church, if you're there, please raise your hand. Oh, great.
Good evening, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. Jeff Stoniker here, the pastor at Ocean Point Christian Church, with our request for our signage.
Let me swear you in, Mr. Stellinger. Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Jeff Stoniker, 77 Everett Street, Middletown, Rhode Island.
Okay, now tell us about your sign.
As we understand with our zoning, we are allotted 2 separate 32 square foot signs on our building. But with the amount of square footage and frontage that we have on Valley Road, instead of doing two separate signs, we thought that it would look more proportional to have one 64 square foot sign. And we have a picture as a rendering that I can show momentarily from our architect, if that would be helpful to see what that looks like, the contrast of a 32 to 64 for that. And then the lighting piece of it with our zoning, as we understand again too, to have any kind of backlit sign needs approval. But just to clarify, the type of backlit sign that we're looking to do is referred to as a halo effect sign, which is really just keeping in line with what we have across the street from us. It's what Bed Bath & Beyond has. It's what GameStop has. It is not what Job Lot has. It's the opposite of that. It's a more subtle, classy look that draws attention to the sign without really being a distraction.
Okay. Yeah, if you can show that comparison, that might be helpful.
Sure. I'm going to request to share my screen.
Okay. Any luck so far, Jeff?
The security pieces are not allowing me to share
Okay.
it.
You can hold it up to your camera probably, and just we'll see what it looks like. Might help. You
It's on
can't do that.
it's on the same computer.
Oh.
So what I can do, actually, let me do this. I think this might help you guys. I'm going to raise my hand on my phone. So if you're able to grant me access, yes. Now. All right, we'll see if this works. Here, are you able to see the?
Let's try this, Jeff. Jeff.
The top is the smaller one, the bottom is the bigger one.
Can you see
Correct.
that?
The top one is the small one. The bottom one is what we are proposing and requesting.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. I think that's good. We understand. Any questions of the petitioner? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to the public to see if there's anyone on the light that would like to speak either for or against the petition. Angela, can you tell me if anyone's raising their hand?
Yes, no hand raises at this point.
Okay, let's give it another couple of seconds. Seeing no public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to accept the petition as presented?
Chris Souza, motion to accept the petition as presented.
Do I have a second?
Tom Silvera seconds it.
Discussion?
I believe the relief that they were asking for is reasonable. They are allowed 64 square feet, and they're going to put 64 square feet into one sign, so I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, if they really wanted to, they could have two signs, one on the top, one on the bottom, and make us one sign out of them. So it's almost the same thing. It's almost a technicality.
Yeah, in addition to that, I think the ordinance is concerned with a large 64-foot sign that's closer to the roadway. If you think about the building and how far set back it is, I think that's definitely a mitigating circumstance in this case. And then also the facade, the frontage of the building is very large. And as you can see, the 32-foot sign at that location is, I mean, it'll let folks know that they're there, but it's not going to stand out. And a 64-foot sign is much more better in terms of being able to visually sight it from the roadway, which of course we know is Valley Road. And then the other part, the nuisance piece about light pollution. With this kind of a backlit sign, it really mellows the light out, and it really tempers, the refraction that would tend to travel and bother people. So I would say in both cases, they've done a good job of, even though technically asking for double the size, I think for those reasons, I think it's a reasonable proposal, and I'm going to support it.
Yeah, and I too am going to support it. I think my concern initially was with the reverse lighting, but when I found out it was the halo lighting, it's not the same effect. It diffuses and it doesn't have that bright coming at you hard look. So I too am going to support it. If there's no other comment, I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Go ahead, Mr. Heaney.
Okay, petition for extension, Exit Strategy Limited Liability Company by their attorney, Christopher J. Bean, Esquire, for an extension from the previously granted relief from the special use permit and variance granted on January 28th, 2020, and recorded on March 27th, 2020, to construct a gasoline service center with a convenience store, vehicle washing and dog washing facility, and allow a 10-foot buffer where a 20-foot buffer is required along the northerly and southerly property lines. Said real estate is located at 991 and 995 West Main Road, and further identified as lots 115 and 116 on Tax Assessor's Plat 106.
Mr. Bean.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So as you know, this is a petition for the extension of the approval that this board granted last January 28th, for the gasoline service center and car wash. So the actual decision was recorded on March 27th, 2020. And as you all know, right at that time, COVID, COVID was around, but COVID, as we know it, hit, and the shutdown and all business kind of stood still for a while. So my clients never really had a chance, even after that approval, to even apply for a building permit. So their financing that they had in place was no longer available. They also experienced issues with contractors. They had certain specialty contractors they needed for the gasoline station and the car wash, and they were from out of state. So there were issues with travel bans and so forth. So right now they're looking for other capital by selling some assets. So they're asking for an extension for 1 year. And I believe under section 905, which requires good cause shown, I believe hopefully you see that that would be good cause to grant the extension.
So the extension would go until March 27, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Point of order, Mr. Regan. This is just a procedural vote, or do we need to open it to public comment?
It's just a procedural vote.
That's what I thought. Okay, Mr. Bean, I think you stated your case aptly. Seeing how we don't have public comment, could I have a motion to accept Mr. Bean's?
Is Ms. Chair, is there anyone seeking to speak on this?
On the board or on the public side?
In the public.
That was my question. I asked if we had to open it up to public comment, but I will open it. Okay. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak either for or against the petition?
I don't see any hands at this point.
I'll give it just a few seconds.
Hey, Jim, are these things always just, is that a year to commence construction?
Yes, it's 1 year to pull your permit.
Is
So
that, it's always standard for a big business like this? They only have a year?
Yep. All projects, even small projects.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Seeing how there's no public comment, may I now have a motion from my board?
I'll make the motion to grant the petition.
Council Vera motioned. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second the motion. Olin Gambro.
Olin Gambro, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And just
Motion carries 5-0, Mr. Bean. Hopefully that your client will be able to build this year.
Hey, Jim,
Thank you very much. Everyone have a good
clarification,
night, please.
clarification on the date was March 27, 2022. Is that correct?
It's not
2022.
Yes. Yes, March 27, 2022 is when it goes with the file date.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have it in it for one more before break?
Go for it.
Awesome.
Go for it.
Mr. Heaney.
Petition of Patricia and Paul Onfrio for a special use permit from sections 803A to expand the non-conforming use by the demolition of a 30 square foot front stairs and construction of a proposed 63 square foot front porch and stairs, and to construct a 100 square foot addition under an existing upstairs deck with an 85 square foot deck on the rear of the first floor. Said real estate is located at 23 Warren Avenue and further identified as Lot 171 on Tax Assessor's Plat 115 Southeast.
Okay, can I swear you two in, please? Can you raise your right hands? Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and address for the record.
Patricia Onofrio,
Paul Onofrio.
198 Braemans Lane, Portsmouth.
Tell us about your project.
So we are seeking a special use permit and a variance for our property at 23 Warren Avenue, Middletown. It is a non-conforming property. We've owned it for 24 years. It's a two-family house, 2 cottages in the back. This is for the two-family house. We are doing a much needed facelift of the property, including new siding, new windows, and it has been a bit of an eyesore on the street. And we are working with our talented architect, Dan Herc, who I believe is on this call as well, if there's any questions for him. The first part of the special use permit is for the front entrance. Currently, it is some concrete steps and a wrought iron railing. I actually have, I don't know if you want to.
Probably can't see that.
I don't know if you can see it on my phone. I was going to try to.
That's okay. It's okay. Just tell
Anyway,
we can talk about it.
It's ugly. So this will, instead of being the steps, as you guys have the plans there, right? You can see it.
Yes, we have it.
Just a small porch, cable railing, shed roof, much more aesthetically pleasing, obviously.
And not much more of a footprint in the front with what we're doing. 30 square feet to 63 square feet.
That is the first part of the special use permit. The other part is on the back of the house. We are doing a renovation of the first floor apartment. The first floor apartment is a 1-bedroom apartment. It will stay a 1-bedroom apartment. It's just, we were going to bump out the kitchen, which will be under an existing deck that is a deck for the second floor. So the lot coverage is not going to change. We are still under the max lot coverage. We are just reorienting a few of the elements of that back deck area. The reason that we're doing it is just currently in the kitchen, we have one window that's north, and then another window on that back east side, but because the deck is over it, it gets no light and it's just a really dark kind of corner of the house. So we're just hoping to expand the kitchen and give it a little more natural light.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of the petitioner or the architect?
No.
Hey, Jim, there's also a variance that I didn't
Oh,
read in.
Yeah.
I just read the special use in.
And right under it, there's also the variance is for the front porch
Right.
area. That is the
Go ahead
next.
and read it in, Mr. Heaney, so we can deal with them both at once.
Sure, petition of Patricia and Paul Onfrio for a variance from section 603, 701, and 803G to demolish the existing 30 square foot front stairs and construct a 63 square foot front porch and stairs with a side yard setback of 7 feet 2 inches where 15 is required, and a front yard setback of 6 feet where 25 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 23 Warren Avenue and further identified as lot 171 on tax assessor's plat 115 Southeast.
Thank you. Again, are there any questions of the petitioners or their architect? Seeing no questions from the board at this time, I'd like to open it up to the public to see if there's anyone in the public that would like to speak either for or against the project. Angela, any hands up?
No, sir, no hands at this point.
Give it another couple of seconds. Okay, seeing none, and again, I'm going to ask the board, any questions of the petitioner? It's a pretty minor request. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to accept the special use permit?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Silvera. Do I have a second? All I need is one more person to say, I second.
This is
I'll
Tom
second
Mooney,
the
I
petition.
second.
Thank you, Tom. Welcome to Zoom. Discussion?
Well, I'm going to vote in favor. I believe that it meets the requirements of the special exception.
Yeah, I don't think there's an expansion of the use. I mean, under a non-conforming property, we cannot increase the use. And I think what they're doing, they're not increasing the bedrooms, and they're not increasing, for all intents and purposes, the footprint because it's already covered by the deck. So I think it fits well within the special use permit and the 5 criteria. So I have no problem supporting the special use permit. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Next, I'd like a motion to accept the variance.
I'll make a motion to for the variance.
I'll second the motion for the variance.
Thank you, Tom and Olin. Discussion?
I'm also going to vote in favor. I believe it's reasonably necessary for the full enjoyment of a permitted use.
I'm also going to support it. I agree with my colleague.
Any other discussion? I too am going to support it. I worry about that lease relief wording. In this case, it's minimal and it doesn't affect anyone in the surrounding area. So I too am going to vote in favor of supporting it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay, with that, I'd like to take a short 5-minute break, just so we can recap and use the facility. We're at the 2-hour mark, and the good Lord willing, we'll make it through another 2 hours and clean up some cases. I appreciate everyone's time and patience. So I'll be back.
We just took a break.
Hi, Nancy.
I'm back, so I'm monitoring whenever you guys stop.
Chris, are you close by? Ah, there he is. I think we have a quorum. We're missing our alternate, but Mr. Huntoon will be back shortly. I'd like to call the meeting back into order. Ah, there he is. Our next case, Mr. Heaney, is going to be Ann Fick.
Yes, two petitions by NFIC Irrevocable Trust and NFIC for a special use permit from Article 11, Section 1106B, and Sections 603, 701, and 803G to construct a 60 square foot entryway with a landing and stairs over an existing 24 square foot cement landing and stairs in the watershed protection district, zone 1, with a front yard setback of 28 feet where 40 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 319 Third Beach Road and further identified as lot 53 on Tax Assessor's Plat 126. Petition of Ann Fick Irrevocable Trust and Ann Fick for a variance from section 603, 701, and 803G to construct a 60 square foot entryway with landing and stairs over existing 24 square foot cement landing with stairs with a front yard setback of 28 feet where 40 feet is required, and to demolish the existing 86 square foot shed and construct a 400 square foot garage with a side yard setback of 13 feet where 30 feet is required, and a front yard setback of 35 feet 9 inches where 40 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 319 Third Beach Road and further identified as lot 53 on Tax Assessor's Plat 126.
Hi, Ms. Fick, can you take yourself off mute?
Am I off mute?
You are. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Ann Fick, 319 Third Beach Road, Middletown, Rhode Island.
Thank you, Ms. Fick. Can you tell us just briefly about your project?
Yes, I have just right now, I have a cement landing off the front door that goes directly into the living area. And what I'd like to do is put an entryway off of the living area, add a small landing and stairs so that there's an area where we can come in and take off our muddy boots, etc.
And the reason for the special use permit is because it exists in the watershed protection area, zone 1, correct?
Well, I understood that I needed a variance for the setback.
That's separate from the special use. So you
Okay.
are correct. So there's two requests here tonight. One is your special use, which is because your property happens to be in the watershed protection area. And then the second is the variance. So you are correct.
Okay. And the commission, the Conservation Commission met on January 11th and agreed unanimously to support the
Yes,
addition.
and I will point out that we have a copy of an email from the Conservation Committee with the unanimous recommendation to go forward with it. It seems like a pretty simple request, Mrs. Fick. So I'm just going to ask the board if they have any questions of you. Does anyone on the board have any questions of Mrs. Fick?
No, I agree. It's a simple request.
Okay. Seeing that, I'm going to open up and see if there's anyone on the line that wants to speak either for or against it. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak either for or against the petition for 319 Third Beach Road?
I see no hands being raised.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion first to accept the special use as presented?
I'll make the motion for the special use.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Olin. First by Tom Silvera, second by Olin Gambrell. Discussion?
I think it meets the special use requirements. I don't see any problem with it.
Right. I too am going to agree on that. The cat in the picture. It's a regulatory relief because it is a zone 1 of the watershed protection area. A special use permit is required. It is a minimal request, so I too am going to support it. Any other discussion? Can I have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next, I'd like to get a motion to accept the variance.
I'll make a motion for the variance.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
First by Mr. Sawyer, second by Olin Gambrell. Discussion?
I believe the relief is reasonably necessary for the full enjoyment of a permitted use.
Any other discussion?
I agree with my colleague, Tom.
Yeah, when you look at this lot, there's an existing shed that's set way back off the road, as you can tell by the dimensions. They're only really looking for about a half a foot relief from the front setback. And there's already a drive and everything that goes right to this spot. And I assume that's where they're gonna put the garage centered on that. And it looks like in terms of the overall lot and everything, it definitely will enhance the character of the lot itself, and it would be in keeping with the character of the homes that are surrounding. So I think it's a needed improvement, and if I was there, I'd want one too, and I'm definitely going to support the request.
I too am going to support it. So with that, I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Fick.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board. I appreciate it.
We just get caught up on some paperwork. Mr. Heaney, I believe we skip over Salem because they're continued to March 9th.
Correct.
And our next petition is Peabody Enterprises.
Correct. Peabody Enterprises Limited Liability Company, Lazy Lawn Realty Trust, and Peabody Enterprises LLC, applicant by their attorney, Gerard A. Galvin Esquire, for a special use permit from sections 803A and G to allow the alteration of an existing structure by the construction of a 20-foot by 17 4-inch deck within the existing footprint of the building. Said real estate is located at 0 Third Beach Road and further identified as lots 6A and 6B on Tax Assessor's Plat 131. Petition of Peabody Enterprises LLC and Lazy Lawn Realty Trust and Peabody Enterprises LLC, applicant by their attorney Gerard A. Galvin Esquire, for a variance from section 602, 903, and 803 to construct a 20-foot by 17-foot 4-inch deck above the storage area within the existing footprint of the building. Said real estate is located at 0 Third Beach Road and further identified as lots 6A and 6B on Tax Assessor's Plat 131.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for reading that into the record, Mr. Heaney. Gerard Galvin on behalf of Peabody Enterprises LLC. On your last page of the agenda, you'll see that 2 revised petitions were filed. And the reason for that is after we filed our original petition, I had a conversation with the new building official, Chris Costa, and the solicitor, Peter Regan, discussing some of the ownership situation of Third Beach Road and the unusual aspects of these 2 lots. And they requested that and I agreed that it'd be best to file a revised petition that provided a little bit more notice relative to the setbacks off of Third Beach Road on the west side where the structure is. Out of an abundance of caution, I suggest that we read the revised petition into the record and then we can proceed. Sorry, Mr. Heaney.
You're testing my skills.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, revised petition of Peabody Enterprises LLC and Lazy Lawn Realty Trust and Peabody Enterprises LLC, applicant by their attorney Gerard A. Galvin Esquire, for a special use permit from sections 803A and G to alter the legal non-conforming use and structures. Said real estate is located at 0 Third Beach Road and further identified as lot 6A and 6B on Tax Assessor's Plat 131. Revised petition of Peabody Enterprises LLC and Lazy Lawn Realty Trust and Peabody Enterprises LLC, applicant by their attorney Gerard A. Galvin Esquire for a variance from sections 603, 701, 803G, and 903 to enclose the existing front deck and construct a 20 foot by 17 feet 4-inch rooftop deck above the existing storage area and construct a 201 square foot ADA ramp and stairs with a front yard setback of 2 feet 6 inches and 3 feet 3 inches where 40 feet is required, resulting in an increase of lot coverage on lot 6B from 64% to 73%, where 15% is allowed. And on lot 6A from 62% to 64%, where 15% is allowed, to modify the existing roof line and the snack shack structure from 10 feet 7 inches to 11 feet 10 inches in height with a front yard setback of 0 where 30 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 0 Third Beach Road and further identified as lots 6A and 6B on Tax Assessor's Plat 131.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heaney. I know that petition was verbose, and it might sound like there's a lot more happening here than what actually is. The only substantive change on the revised petition compared to the first one is the opening up of the stairway access is on the north and the south of the stairways, as opposed to directly onto Third Beach Road. And we're doing that for, to pull the entrance off of Third Beach Road a bit. But as you can see from the petition and the site plan, we're dealing with a unique set of circumstances and unique lots and a situation that existed well before zoning went into effect. And obviously this petition would never be filed on a blank slate, but more or less all we're seeking here is a renovation and a rehabilitation for the most part of structures that have long existed on the property. I have with me tonight Tom Haggerty, who's a member of PBD Enterprises LLC, who will provide some testimony about the project. I also have Andrew Sarna, who is the designer of the building. If he could be allowed in, I probably will not ask any direct testimony of Mr. Sarna, but he'll be available to answer any questions you might have. Additionally, I have Jim Hool here. He provided a report which I have submitted to the zoning board, and I can either take testimony from him or perhaps in order to respect the time of everybody, we could enter that exhibit as a full exhibit and allow him to answer any questions you might have. With that, unless there's any questions for me right off the top, Mr. Chair, I would ask Mr. Haggerty to be sworn in and we could proceed.
Okay, Mr. Haggerty, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony this evening will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Thomas M. Haggerty, 95 Indian Ave, Middletown.
Okay, take it away, Mr. Galvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haggerty, how long have you lived up on Indian Ave there?
Since 2002.
Okay. And since that time, you've spent a good deal of time down on Third Beach / Peabody's Beach, correct?
Every minute I can get.
All right. A few years back, an opportunity arose to purchase the Peabody Beach, correct?
Yes.
And you formed the Peabody Enterprises LLC to do that.
Yes.
And since that time, you have continued more or less to operate Peabody Beach the way it's always been run, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about the condition of the structures on the beach that make up Peabody Beach?
Well, I'm sure most of the members of the board have managed to drive down by Third Beach Road. It's a little beat up, and I've looked with envy for years at the nice job the Norman Bird Sanctuary has done in upgrading their buildings, and kind of dawned on me last summer when a couple of older women asked me if there was anywhere they could sit and put on a bathing suit, and I didn't have a yes answer for them. I said, maybe it's time to try to bring these buildings up to something resembling what we see in the rest of the neighborhood.
And what is the current makeup of what I'll call the bathhouse structure on the west side of Third Beach Road? What's inside there right now?
They're in individual lockers, and I think there's about 60 or so lockers basically used for storage for beach chairs.
Okay.
Or individual members who lease the lockers on a seasonal basis.
All right, but no meaningful shower or locker room or changing space or anything of the such.
Yeah, there's 2 bathrooms inside there, but there's no room in those. And then there is 1 external shower that's on the decking. 2 showers on the decking.
Okay.
But there's no privacy really per se there, or anywhere where you could sit and change, for example.
All right. And your proposal here relative to the bathhouse structure creates those changing areas and shower areas and also creates some common area, correct?
Yes.
And what is your vision for that open area in the middle?
Honestly, it's more just space that was available once I decided to try to go away from the storage facility into something that's more usable. I think it'll just be a sitting area. In the event, say, of rain or other inclement weather, if people want to wait it out, they can wait it out at the beach as opposed to going home.
Okay. Now, since you've owned and operated the beach, can you describe the safety measures you've utilized for your members and guests that are crossing from the bathhouse structure to the beach?
Yeah, we have a parking lot attendant who sits right at the crosswalk, and he monitors traffic for us. And then we have 2 signs that are placed, that are there to alert people that there is a crosswalk. They're reasonably large. I'd be delighted to take on additional measures out of my pocket if folks thought that was a good idea. I'd be happy to work with the town there. I have 2 young daughters, so safety in crossing that road is paramount in my mind.
Okay. You have 3 neighbors. You have the Bird Sanctuary, the Lazy Lawn Trust, which is to your immediate south, and then the Van Burens are to your north. Have you communicated with them about this proposal?
Yeah, I've met with all of them. I believe Katie Ryan is on. Katie is the director of the Norman Bird Sanctuary. I met with Katie and 2 of the trustees of the Bird Sanctuary. I met with Happy Van Buren and obviously the Lazy Lawn Trust. Paul Rogers is one of the 2 trustees, and I've had many conversations. And I'll let Katie speak for herself if she'd like to, but all 3 parties voiced no objections, and I would characterize a high degree of enthusiasm with these plans.
Okay. Now, the second component of the application here relates to the snack shack down closer to the beach. Can you just describe why it's important to raise the roof line there for your members and guests?
Yeah, the service window, so the actual floor of the shack sits below grade in kind of a concrete bathtub, if you would. And so the service window, if you're probably, anywhere over about 5'6" or so, it'll probably hit you right in the chest at the top. So it would just, provide ease of service for customers. It's a nice to have. I just think it would be helpful for, folks not whacking their head when they grab their hot dog or their hamburger.
Okay. And back across the street, the last piece of the proposal I wanted to ask you about is the northern portion of the clubhouse area on the first floor is more or less designated as some storage area. But above that, we've proposed a deck. And I wanted to ask who is intended to have access to that second floor deck there?
Yeah. That's obviously a question that was also raised by, particularly by the Bird Sanctuary and Katie Ryan. And I told him it's just for me and my family, just a place maybe we can go sit if we care to. No other use than that. And I would not make it available to members for their use. It have a internal staircase that would be in the storage area.
And can you just explain why that's important to you as part of this project, as you're trying to improve this facility for your members, why it's important to have some personal space there?
It is. It's just really, well, when we presented the design, it just looked nice to me. Now that's, a matter of personal taste, obviously. But it just gives me somewhere to go away when, someone wants to complain about their hot dog or their hamburger.
Okay. Mr. Haggard, is there anything else you'd like to add before I open it up? If the members have any questions for you?
Just that, my personal opinion is it's an eyesore. It's a very old structure. There's years and years of deferred maintenance. We've kind of tiptoed around it for the 4 or 5 years we've run the beach. And I'd like to bring it up to, the appearance of the structures that are, basically adjacent at the bird sanctuary.
Okay. That's all I have on direct for Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Haggerty from the board? Okay, Mr. Galvin, if you want to continue on.
Sure. At this point, I do have Mr. Sarna available. I'm not intending on calling him with any direct testimony, but I thought I'd ask if the members of the board have any questions about the design or the dimensions or anything like that before I move on.
I just have one. Your proximity to the water, does that require CRMC approval?
I don't think there's any, so I believe once we get zoning relief, it will then proceed to the sort of other regulatory permitting that's required. And that leads, if the board is so inclined to approve this project, I would most likely be asking for some additional time than that 1 year period, because in discussions with a building official, this is most likely going to require some phases to it based on some FEMA regulations. But that's putting the cart before the horse. But there are some regulatory steps that would follow this if the zoning board approves it.
Okay. And for my edification, I'd like to hear from Ms. Ryan as an abutter. Just to.
Jim, before we go there, this just in terms of, you look at the lot coverage and you look at the site on the west increasing 9%, already 64% lot coverage. And I just want to make sure I'm clearly understanding this. That's really due to the fact that you're putting in an ADA ramp and stairs. That's the reason for the increase. It's not the building itself. It's because you're making the building accessible to the disabled. Is that correct?
That's correct. The entirety of the lot coverage increase comes from the efforts to improve the access.
Thank you.
On the point of access, I appreciate the petitioner looking at the safety down there, because I do know, I believe the town has a sign posted prior to the parking lot for the third beach area where people slow down. And I have seen his signs placed out, but it would be nice if we can get something erected, just further up the road so that people understand that that's coming up, because I think it comes up quickly as you come down the hill from Indian. And, that was my only concern when I looked at the plan was, the crossing of the road. And, how can we, I don't want to get involved in the safety aspect of the town, but if we can put some signage out there voluntarily, I think it would help the bird sanctuary too, if they have kids crossing there. But it would be nice to just let people know that there is a crossing coming up. So if you guys are willing to work with the town on whatever they deem appropriate, should we approve this, I'd like to put that into the motion.
You have my assurances that we'll do that.
Okay, very good. And if nobody else has any questions for Mr. Haggerty, I'd like to hear from the abutter. Katie, are you there?
Mr. Miller, hi, I am here, and members of the zoning board, thank you for having us tonight. I'm actually here just as an abutter to hear from Mr. Haggerty and his attorney and make sure that our conversations that we've had with one another.
Excuse me, Katie, should she be sworn in?
Yeah, let me swear. Thank you, Mr. Gambrell. Katie, can you raise your right hand?
Of course,
You swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Katie Ryan. I live at 200 Farnham Pike in Smithfield, Rhode Island, and I am the executive director of the Norman Bird Sanctuary at 583 Third Beach Road.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
So I am, here tonight in my capacity as the executive director of the Bird Sanctuary, and, very pleased to say that we've had positive conversations with Mr. Haggerty and don't have any opposition to this proposal. Would certainly support the town in increasing signage and improving safety in the area and working together, as we've always done. So happy to do that and delighted to hear that is, of concern to the town. I think it's really important as a community asset that we continue to protect the area.
Okay, thank you for your input.
Of course.
Any other questions for the witness?
No questions from me, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, let's, with your permission, I'll open it up to the public to see if there's any comment. Mr. Galvin.
Yeah, that's fine with me, Mr. Chair. I perhaps before we do that, what I would suggest is, and I'll forego direct testimony with Jim Hool if I could ask that the board, his report was filed. It should be in the file. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it.
Yeah, we received that via email today.
No, I think the Hool, on Peabody, the Hool report's been in for quite a long time, but he makes, all of his typical findings that this project is in compliance with the criteria for the special use permit and the variance is requested. If you don't have questions for him, I just ask that be accepted as a full exhibit, and then we could move to the public component. If there are any questions, he is here and available.
Okay, very good. Two points of order. One is Mr. Hool's appeared before us so many times that for the first half of the meeting, I used his name generically for any real estate testimony. So we will accept Mr. Hool as an expert before us. And second, if the board is inclined to accept the report as filed, we will accept that in the record and just reserve questions. And Mr. Galvin, you certainly have the right, should questions come up from public comment, to bring Mr. Hool's testimony in.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Hool before I open it up?
No.
Mr. Costa, are we good on that? Are you?
Yeah, I'm all set with it.
Okay, very good. So seeing that, I'd like to open up to the public. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak either for or against the proposal?
No hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Angela. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion. The motion for the special use, the only addition that I'd like to see added to it is that they work in conjunction with the town to develop a safety plan for the crossing. But I'll leave them up to working with the town in good faith. I don't think we can put in documentation how they should do it. It's not our expertise. So can I have a motion for the special use with that added?
Motion to approve Peabody Enterprises special use permit, provided that they work in conjunction with the town to establish some safety routes for pedestrians.
Very good. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I didn't see you. So who was the second? Tom?
Tom Silvera. Yep.
Thank you, Tom. Chris Souza first, Tom Silvera second. Discussion?
Well, I'm going to vote for it. I believe the relief is, it meets the special use criteria. And the increases are mostly all to do with the access for the ADA ramps.
Right. You know, I too am going to support it. I think the major reason for the special use is the non-conforming use. So I think it's been a well-established use at the beach. I don't think it's an expansion of the use. So I think the special use was here as almost like a regulatory requirement. I don't believe it's going to be a nuisance. I think it's well within their rights, and I think it also falls within the comprehensive plan. Any other discussion on the special use? The dog said yes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Special use passes 5-0. The next order of business is to take up the petition for a variance. Can I have a motion to accept the variance?
I'll make the motion to grant the variance.
That's Tom Silvera first. Do I have a second?
Second, Chris Souza.
Chris Souza second. Discussion?
I'm going to vote on it. I believe that the relief is reasonably necessary for the full enjoyment of a permitted use, and it's also been in existence for years, and I see it has no problems with it.
And I definitely see this as a huge improvement. Mr. Haggerty did a great job of describing the state of those buildings and the current conditions that they are in. And I definitely think that making the improvements that he's recommended will definitely match what the bird sanctuary has already done down there and add to the full enjoyment of that property for all the visitors there. So I definitely support that.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Did Attorney
Hold on.
Galvin say something about adding something to extend it more than a year? Or is that just implied?
I don't think we, as a point of order, Gerard, I don't think we can put that in because it's regulation that we can only give it to you for a year. So you're just going to have to come back and see us.
Will do.
So it goes from the file date. So once you file it, you have a year, and who knows where you'll be. So as a point of order, we can't put that in.
No problem. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, and please come see us at Peabody's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members.
Okay. And we're back to.
So I got us all the way down to Gog and Gold Farm. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I've got to find that one.
All right. Tell me when you're ready.
You go ahead and read it.
Okay. So petition of Nadine Gog and Jason Goldfarb, owners, for a variance from section 603 and 701 to allow the addition of a 24-foot by 26-foot attached workshop with a front yard setback of 26 feet 4 inches where 40 feet is required, and a 16 feet 30 foot in-ground pool with a front yard setback of 28 feet 8 inches where 40 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 1 O'Donnell Road and further identified as Lot 2 on Tax Assessor's Plat 122.
Hi, Jason and Nadine. Can you raise your right hands for me? Do you swear the testimony you're going to give tonight is going to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Jason Goldfarb, 1 O'Donnell Road, Middletown, Rhode Island.
Same address?
Yeah.
Okay,
very good. Tell us about your project, please.
First of all, thank you for all your time tonight. I know you probably have better things to do, but we really do appreciate it. Our property is on a corner lot where we essentially kind of have two front yards, one on Purgatory, one on O'Donnell. So when we built this house back in 2000, we had to apply for actually the same variance which we were approved for. So at that time, we only built 60 feet of our house approximately. I think it's like 64 feet when we originally had applied for 90. So we wanted to add a workshop off of our garage, which would be in the same plane as our existing house. And then above the workshop, we're going to add a deck. And then the pool would also be on that same plane. We're not looking for any added lot coverage or anything along those lines. We just want to keep everything in the same plane that we were granted when we applied for the variance back in 2000.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner from the board?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this is Dave Huntoon. Can we ask everybody to go on mute? We're picking up some pretty good
Yeah.
background noise from one of the attendees. Sounds like it did.
That took care of it. Thank you. Okay, any questions for the petitioner?
Yeah, the question I had was just brought up in terms of lot coverage. Do you have any idea what your lot coverage is right now, and then what it would be with the addition of the extension and the pool?
I don't know it off the top of my head, I apologize, but I believe it's in the documentation that we submitted with the before and after. I don't know if it's highlighted.
Yeah, could somebody find it? I looked, I didn't find it. So.
I am looking now.
On the phone?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's under lot coverage. I know that for sure. We're underneath it.
Yeah, you're underneath it now. My concern was, would you be still underneath it or
Yeah.
add it?
No. Our proposals are going to stay within our existing lot coverage for the
Okay.
R20 area. My apologies.
Okay,
No.
good.
Yes,
thank
we
you.
are now, and we would continue to be so.
Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
And I will point out for the record that we have 3 letters from neighbors supporting the project. Mr. Heaney, I believe I looked at the calculation. I just have to find which sheet it's on. Hold on, I just found it.
Here.
Yeah, it's like 12%, Mr. Heaney, with the build out. And that's to their plan from JBA, John Bragg and Associates.
Yeah, I believe it's in the left-hand corner of
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, I see it now. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't read it. My eyes apparently aren't as good as once were, but I was told it was.
Yeah, and so that's under the 15 required. Any other questions for the petitioner regarding? Seeing none, I'd like to open it up and see if anyone would like to speak either for or against the petition from the public. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak either for or against the Todd Goldfarb petition at 1 O'Donnell Road?
There will be one person. 1 second.
Okay. Hi, Mr. I'm going to butcher your last name. David Lasardi?
Yeah, that's Licciardi, yes.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
My name is David Licciardi, 398 Wolcott Ave, unit number 3.
Okay. And are you in a butter within 200 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
I think our concern, we don't have any problem with what they're proposing. I think it's just we haven't seen any plans or any layout of the potential work. Our unit is on the lower level of the adjacent structure, and we just are concerned about, we have limited sunlight, and I wanted to understand what the possible implications are of possible shadowing effect of the extended ridge line.
Yeah, there's, all the plans are on file at the town. We're not adding any height whatsoever. And the trees that are between our properties, it'll be below all of the existing trees.
So it's the proposal of the extension of the existing ridge line to extend out X distance? No, it's not.
No, it's down below that. It's basically the highest point would be where the ceiling of the existing garage is. So it's about 20 feet below the peak.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not,
I'm looking at-
the roof line won't change whatsoever. The addition is, it's basically the same, like a single story garage height off the existing garage. And then on top of that, there's a deck, but there's no existing, the roof line up top is staying the same. It's not extended.
Okay. I'm looking at the street photo, street image now. Okay, I just haven't seen any images of it, but okay.
And Mr. Lasar, you're welcome to go into town hall and meet with Chris Costa and look at the plans, if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your time this evening.
All right, thanks, guys.
Is there anyone else on the line that would like to speak either for or against the proposal?
It does not appear so.
Thank you, Angela. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'd like to have a motion to accept the petition as presented.
I'll make a motion to accept the petition as presented. Chris Souza.
Chris Sousa makes the first. Who's going to second?
I'll second it.
Tom
Tom
Silvera.
Silvera.
These guys are coming out here, send it out here, which shouldn't affect us.
David, can you mute your? David, if you can mute, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, discussion, gentlemen. I have a motion to, I'd like discussion.
They're on the same plane as the existing buildings on their lot. The lot coverage isn't going to increase at all beyond what they're allowed by right. That would seem the most important component of this.
Yeah, and I think the other concern that was just brought up was whether or not it would alter, the general characteristics of the surrounding area. And we just had the discussion, and I'm convinced that it would not. So I think that's another aspect that leads me to want to support the variance.
Yeah, I too am going to support it. I think the fact that it was approved when they initially were going to build their house and then didn't do it, I think that's one aspect. And I think the relief that they're asking for is reasonable. And the fact that 3 of their neighbors wrote very good letters of recommendation in an area of town that we usually get the opposite, where we'd have 3 or 4 notes saying why we shouldn't allow it. So with that, I'm gonna also support it. Is any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Heaney, I believe we're at Mr. and Mrs. O'Brien.
Yes, petition of Dennis and Nancy O'Brien owners for a variance from section 603 and 701 to allow a rear 2-story addition with a southerly side yard setback of 4 feet 1 inch where 15 feet is required, and a rear yard setback of 14 feet 9 inches where 30 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 180 Alston Avenue and further identified as lot 28B on tax assessor's plat 116 Northeast.
Hi, Mr. O'Brien. How are you this evening? You're on mute. Mr. O'Brien, are you there? Okay. Dennis, can you hear me? Mr. O'Brien, we're not hearing you, but we can see you. Now we can see you. I can't hear you yet. Where's your microphone? You might want to get very close. Now you're muted again. Unmute your microphone and speak very close to it. You're still muted. Press the space bar. There you go. Now talk close to them. I can't hear you.
You might have a microphone or something there that's not turned up on your computer, possibly a volume button or something.
Nothing yet.
Hey, Jim, what if he uses the telephone and calls in? I was
Yeah,
on a
you
meeting
can do.
last
You're
night.
welcome to call in and just forego the video.
He could be on screen and talk over the phone. It would look the same.
Yep.
Maybe the arrow drop down alongside the microphone might give him a hint. Drop down arrow.
Do we have that phone number to call in, Jim, if he has a telephone?
I don't have it. Angela
Anyone
would
have
have it.
that?
I have it.
Okay.
Are
Mr.
you
O'Brien, they're going to
ready?
give you the phone number.
Okay, the phone number to call is 888-475-4499.
Any luck calling in? There you are. I see it ringing in. Angela, do you see that? There you are.
Hello?
Perfect. Thank you for your patience, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, thank you for your patience.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony this evening will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your names and addresses for the record, please.
Dennis O'Brien, 180 Alston Ave, Middletown, Mass.
Nancy O'Brien, 180 Alston Ave, Middletown, Rhode Island.
Hey, I think your
Mr.
speaker's
O'Brien,
working now because you're.
try muting your computer phone, your computer mic right now.
I think your computer's working now.
There, now you can keep talking on the phone.
Okay, that better?
That's much better, thank you. Tell us about your project, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, we are we bought the house in 2013. We're putting an L-shaped addition, 2 stories on the rear, and we're asking for relief from the rear setback and side setback. The existing house is existing non-conforming like all the houses in the area. I I mean, the house right now is only 1,300 square feet of living space. We're trying to increase that by about 700 square feet.
Yeah, and then I got a thyroid, I ordered it, and they know I get the gel, because I don't like the cream. Because the cream's hot, you fucking put my ear, I don't
Please,
like the gel, you know?
please mute your line if you're speaking. So it's basically, I'm looking at the drawing, it's basically a bump out on one end. Correct?
We're getting rid of that short block.
What is going to be the area of your finished home, Mr. O'Brien?
When we're done, it'll be about 2,000 square feet,
The footprint.
1,200 square feet.
Okay. I don't see a use calculation on your drawings. I'm just looking to see where they have it.
The open space, is that what you're looking for?
No, it says you're going to a proposed lot coverage of 20%. I don't see that in your request for your variance. I only see a dimensional. I don't see. You're citing in here rear and side yard setbacks?
Yes. I thought the open space was 25%.
I don't know. That's what I was going to ask Mr. Regan. In R10?
Give me one moment.
Or Mr. Costa, if you happen to know it off the top of your head?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 25%.
Is that correct, Mr. Costa, 25%?
Mr. Chairman, it is 25%.
Okay, so that's not an issue. That you're allowed, by the size of your lot, you're allowed almost 1,500 square feet. Any questions for the petitioner? I mean, I'm looking at the plot, the map, the plot map, and one setback on the right-hand side. There's nothing you could do about that. It's existing. Does anyone on the phone have a question for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none. Mr. O'Brien, have you talked to your neighbors about it? Have you had any comments from any neighbors?
I've spoken to a few people in the neighborhood. They all seem for it.
Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to open up the public hearing and see if there's anyone that'd like to speak for or against it. Is there anyone on the phone that would like to speak either for or against this petition? It's 180 Alston Avenue.
I keep seeing a hand pop up, but then it disappears really quickly.
Let's give it a second to see. Do you think it's Kathy Silvera?
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Silvera. Are you speaking on behalf of the petition or against it?
I just have some questions on it. I am Kathy Silvera. I live at 52 Center Avenue, so I live almost like right behind them.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I haven't met the O'Briens because I don't think they're here full time. And so my question is, it's already a 2-story house. And is this going to turn into another rental? Because we've got the possibility of 4 to 5 rentals getting ready to happen from 174, 172, I hope not 180, and then the 3 houses that are being taken down on the same street. I just wondered if, that's my question, because we're not the Tuckerman side of purgatory. We are on the other side, and we don't want to turn it into the Tuckerman side.
Mr. O'Brien, can you answer that? Is this going to become a rental property?
No, it is not, Ms. Silvera. It is a part-time residence now, and the idea of this addition is to make it a full-time residence, a retirement home. The roof line is not changing. We are not going up any higher.
I have a tiny little view of the water now. I would kind of like to keep it.
I do understand that, but this is not going to be any higher than it already is.
Okay, I'm just worried about the other one that's going in on the other side of you also, which is going to be massive, so.
That I have nothing to do with that.
And I had asked Mr. Costa and I had asked Celeste before she left. I was looking for plans because you can't get them online. Are we able to even go into town hall now?
Mr. Costa, can you talk to that?
I can, if you could
He's
email
tired of
me,
talking to me.
I can email you the plans
Thank you.
anytime. I can arrange to copy some and drop them off. We're close to the general public, but I can copy plans and leave and meet you out front if it's necessary.
You can just email them to me, Mr. Costa, and I'll just look at them that way.
Yeah,
Please.
just email me at the town and I'll forward them to you.
Okay. Those were just my questions. I'm just worried about getting more rentals in here than we already have because we're a little bit overrun right now. We're a pretty dark neighborhood right now.
Okay, thank you for your time, Ms. Silvera.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none. Angela, can you see if there's anyone out there that would like to speak for or against the petition?
I don't see any other hands being raised.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to accept the petition as presented?
I'll make the motion to grant the petition.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Chris Souza.
Motion made and second. Discussion?
Well, I'm going to vote in favor of it. I believe that the petitioner has shown good faith that they're going to use it as a retirement home, and I'm going to vote in favor of it.
Yeah, I'm also going to support it. I think when you look at that area, as just was being stated by one of the neighbors, there's some growth in the area, but this extension seems to be proportional with the medium-sized homes that are already in there, and it's not the kind of home that I think she's afraid of, which we'll soon be discussing some others in the area, I know. But for this one, I think when you look at the unique characteristic of the lot that they're on, and then the fact that what they're doing is really within the existing characteristics of that neighborhood, I think that is good to not overbuild there, and I support this variance.
Any other discussion? I too am gonna vote for it. I'm getting more and more reluctant on these petitions, but the fact that the petitioner, the relief that they're requesting from the side yard setback already exists. It's not, they're not going farther into it. It already exists. They are asking for a little bit of relief from the rear yard, but the lot is 50% of what's required for a 10,000 square foot lot. So I too am going to vote to support the petition. But I think we have to be cognizant of development in that area for the reasons that Ms. Silvera pointed out, that if we allow these to become Airbnbs or rentals, and they're expanding it because an extra bedroom gives them more revenue, I think that's wrong. But this isn't the case. The testimony of the petitioner is it's a part-time home going to be a primary home. So I too am going to support it. With that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien, Mrs. O'Brien.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna hang that up.
Mr. Heaney, I believe we're at lot 278, the Capras.
Yep. Petition of Martin and Christine Capra, owners, for a variance in sections 603 and 701 to allow the construction of a front porch and stairs with a front yard setback of 19 feet 1 inch, where 25 feet is required, and a 2-story deck addition with a front yard setback of 20 feet 1 inch, where 25 feet is required. Said real estate is located at 169 Newport Avenue, further identified as lot 278 on the tax assessor's plat, 115 Southeast.
Yes.
Mr. Capra, are you on the phone?
Yes.
Can
Can
you
you
raise your
hear
right
me?
hand, please? Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address for the record, please.
It's Martin Capra, and the address is 169 Newport Ave.
Okay,
My
Mr.
wife
Capra, can you
Christine
tell
is-
us a little?
My wife Christine is also here.
Okay, can she state her name and address for the record?
Yep, it's Christine Capra, 169 Newport Avenue.
Okay, tell us about your proposal.
Okay, we're actually we purchased a home last year in July of last year with the intent that we're going to make it a retirement home, that we're going to stay here. We recently sold just this past month our home in Syracuse, New York. So plans Newport.
And we needed a little more space.
Right. So we've had an architect. We've worked with Dan Burke, and he's been helping us design a project here, which we're very excited about getting started with. But we are before you today to get these variances so we can start the construction.
Yep, and we wanted Dan to speak on our behalf about questions about the project.
Okay, Mr. Herc, are you on the line?
Where is he?
I saw him earlier. Dan?
Dan.
Yeah, there he is.
Hey, Dan, do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Dan Herkenroth, that's Herchenroetheo, H-E-R, and I'm at 36 Aquidneck Avenue in Middletown, Rhode Island.
Okay. Tell us about the project, Mr. Herc.
Yes, so basically, this is a kind of a unique site in that there's 2 front setbacks, but the one setback on Newport Avenue does a pretty severe curve, and the actual house is 60 feet away from the street. even though there is a 25-foot setback, the setback line is really far in from the street for some reason on Newport Avenue. And what they want to do is they just want to do an addition onto the
Really?
west side of the house. And that would be also removing the rear deck. And it's actually bringing the addition further away from their two neighbors that they were close to. So right now they've got a deck on the south side of the house. It's a two-story deck, and they're taking that deck off and putting it onto the left side of the house, which is the west side. So they're actually going to be moving the addition away. The addition's going towards the street, so it should be less of an impact towards their neighbors. Also, with the new addition, they're still going to be 4% under their lot coverage, so only 21%. It's only a one-story addition. The house is a one-story house with a walkout basement, so it's still going to be the same height house. And there's no expansion of bedrooms. It's just an expansion of their basement for storage space for a gym, and then expansion of just an old outdated kitchen living area. So no expansion of bedrooms.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Costa. Chris?
Yes,
Chris,
sir.
on the site plan that I'm looking at from Deprete Engineering, I understand because they have two frontages, they have two front yard setbacks. Does that mean the others are side yards? Is there any rear yard setback?
There is no rear yard on a corner lot. You got
Okay.
two fronts and two sides.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Dan, sorry, I don't want to butcher your name. It looks like the addition is only violating the setbacks minorly because of the curve. Am I correct in assuming that?
That's correct. Yes, it's just the front setback. It's just the small piece. It's actually the front stairs to the porch, and then maybe like a triangle that's going to be 10 square feet of the porch roof, and then a tiny corner of the house and the deck.
Right, I see that.
It's very minor.
And they're well within the lot coverage.
Yes, they're 4% lower on lot coverage. And even with this, they're still 55 feet away from the street. So when you're on that site, it feels like the setback would be way further out there. It's very surprising how far it is. And
unfortunately, it goes from the property line, not the right of way. Any questions for either the architect or the petitioner?
No, not for me.
Okay, let's, seeing no questions from the board, I'd like to open it up to the public. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak either for or against the petition?
I don't see any hands.
Okay, can I have a motion? I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to accept the petition as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Tom Silvera made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Chris Souza.
Motion made and second. Discussion?
I'm going to vote in favor of it. I'd like to compliment the petitioner for keeping the height down and not increasing the height on it and just keeping it a single-story house with a basement underneath it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm definitely going to support it too. I think the description by Dan was very appropriate. When you go out and you look at this lot, you can't believe that they're coming before the zoning board to ask for a variance. It's really strange how much front yard they have twice, obviously, on a corner lot, but there's a lot of space there. And again, I agree with Tom. They've done a good job to be minimally invasive into that setback.
Yeah, I don't believe the requests they're asking for. I think it's the unique characteristics of the lot, being a corner lot and having having to face 2 front yard setbacks in that district with a small lot. I think they've done a remarkable job, and they're not trying to maximize it. They're not going up in height. They're not massing the building. So I too am going to support it. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Capra. Thank you,
Thank you
Danny.
very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan, too.
Okay.
We'll leave the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, petition of 499 East Main Road Limited Liability Company owner, Johanli Mata, applicant for a special use permit from section 602 to allow a cosmetology business service within an OBA zoning district. Said real estate is located at 499 East Main Road and further identified as lot 27 on tax assessor's plat 113.
Is the petitioner here on the line?
I don't see her name listed as an attendee, and there's one phone number, but I don't know who the phone number belongs to.
If you're here on behalf of the petition for 499 East Main Road, can you please raise your hand? I am going to put this to the end of our docket, and we can try it again. I'm not going to open the hearing. I'll just push it to the end of our docket if they're here when we're done, if we have time. Otherwise, it'll get continued to the next regularly scheduled meeting, not March 9th, but the 3/23 meeting. Is that appropriate, Mr. Regan?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I'm going to hold that over and we'll see.
Okay, then we'll be going down to then the petition of the Rouchley Trust owners and Newport Harbor Realty Limited Liability applicants by their attorneys Adler, Pollock, and Sheehan, PC, for a variance from sections 603, 701, and 803G to demolish the existing garage and partial deck and to allow the construction of a single-family dwelling with a northerly side yard setback of 10 feet and a southerly side yard setback of 10 feet where 15 is required. Said real estate is located at 0 Alston Ave and further identified as lot 29 on tax assessor's plat 116 Northeast.
Is Attorney Russell on the line? Mr. Regan, I'm going to, who's Matt Hatfield?
I'm the applicant, and Danielle is the attorney.
Okay, I have John Russell down. Okay. Danielle, would you like to come on the line? Usually the attorney comes on.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Danielle Dufault from Adler, Pollock and Sheehan, 49 Bellevue Ave, Newport, on behalf of the owner and applicant, Newport Harbor Realty. As the board is aware, and as Mr. Heaney read into the record, the petitioner has filed for a variance for both side yard setbacks, both the northerly and southerly side yard setbacks, 10 feet each where 15 is required. Petitioner is proposing to build a new single-family dwelling on the property. The overall footprint of the property will be approximately, I think it's 1,467 square feet. That, as the board is aware, in an R10 district, and especially in this area of Middletown, these are legal non-conforming lots. Typically 10,000 square feet is required. Most of these lots are undersized.
Ms. Dufault, before we get too far into this, I've spent a lot of time on this petition over the last 2 days.
Sure.
And before you go too deeply into it, I want to get some clarification on, I think the lots have been merged by use. When I visited the site, I looked at the property tax records for both properties. I couldn't find any building permits for the garage or the deck. And we have a non-conforming use next door. The current owner has a non-conforming use that in order to permit this use, they've got to demolish their deck. And so then that's going to be an expansion of the non-conforming use. So my suggestion is I think some time has to be spent with our attorney, Mr. Regan, because I want to know whether this is a merger by use of the properties, because the property as it's currently used and it's been used, I went back in our records pretty far. The garage that's on the property currently is on the tax records for the property next door. The deck straddles both properties. And that's when you look at some, and believe me, I've looked at some really random cases. That's one of the indications that it's merged by use. So before we go too deep into this, I would like to get a clarification. I'd like to continue this until I can get some clarification that it's not a merged by use case.
Understood, Mr. Chair, and point well taken. I know that in part of our research, these are still separately taxed lots according to the Middletown tax assessor database. So
Except there's property on the lot in question that's being taxed by the lot next door.
Right. So I think,
and the lot and there's no doubt that the deck spans both lots.
Yes, I have seen that on the plans. Understood. And so if we could look into that, and I think getting to the bottom of it and doing it correctly is a point well taken. I understand there's a special meeting scheduled for March 9th. As the board is aware, based on our papers, the petitioner is under contract to purchase the property. So if there was any way to continue the matter to the 9th, of course, we will get on top of this immediately if the chair would allow us to be continued to the 9th.
Mr. Regan, is that enough time, do you believe?
It might be.
Okay. I can't guarantee you that we're going to get.
I'm fine with continuing it to the 9th. And if for some reason we haven't resolved it, we always have the option of continuing it further, but we'll give it a shot, and I can connect with Ms. Dufault offline and see if we can't get the information we need to figure it out.
I appreciate that. And we will, Mr. Chair and Mr. Regan, if it's unattainable to hit that March 9th deadline, we will let the board know well in advance and not take up your time.
So I'm going to continue this matter to March 9th. And hopefully by then you can help provide us, and Mr. Regan can provide us with guidance going forward.
Absolutely. Happy to do that and happy to work with Mr. Regan.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excuse me, is there any way we can ask, there seems to be a background noise. Any way you can just remind people to shut off their mics?
I will do that periodically. If you're not speaking and you're just listening in on the meeting, please mute your microphones.
Mine won't mute. I don't know what's going on. I've tried to mute mine and it won't.
Ah. You can do it sometimes if you look at your, you've got 3 dots in the corner. Oh, that's not doing it on this setup. Sorry. You're muted now, Tom.
We muted you, Tom.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Miller.
Yes.
The lady in the prior, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it, Mata, the prior permit, she
Yes.
is on the line now. She was the only phone call. I just didn't know it was her.
Okay,
So we've
very
gotten
good.
over.
We can pick that up.
Okay.
Mr. Heaney, can you read that one into the record?
Yeah, I'll read it again. Petition of 499 East Main Road, limited liability company owner and Johanna Mata applicant for a special use permit from section 602 to allow a cosmetology business service within an OBA zoning district. Said real estate is located at 499 East Main Road and further identified as lot 27 on tax assessor's plat 113.
Hi, Ms. Mata, are you there?
Hello?
Yes. Tell us about your petition.
Okay, my petition here is to pretty much within this office space that I found a great opportunity in order to conduct my business, which is called The Little Things LLC. And I'm pretty much looking to create a small bubble, I want to call it. And the atmosphere is for pretty much self-care. And out of this space, I would be doing services such as facials and full body waxing and eyebrow tinting, which is really popular nowadays. And I would like to retail my homemade natural skincare products that I've also been working on out of this space.
Okay. So, Mr. Costa, this is a right that's allowed by a special use permit in that district, correct?
This is correct, yes.
So the reason for the special use permit is just the use that they're doing. It's allowed, but it requires a special
It
use.
requires a special use permit.
And Ms. Mata, is your cosmetology business, is that regulated by the state of Rhode Island?
Yes, I've had my cosmetology license for 10 years.
Right. So you'll meet all required municipal licensing requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner from the board?
Yeah, it's Chris Souza. The homemade skincare products, is that something is there any oversight on that product? Is there any liability for the town if there's?
I've already had a couple of recommendations because I know I would have to have insurance on my products. So that's definitely a step that I'm going to take. I've just been waiting to go in front of the board and, make sure that this would work through in order to have that,
Yeah, Mr. Regan, I don't believe we have any, do we have any requirements there?
No, I mean, the state may have requirements, the Department of Health may have requirements, but there's
Right.
no regulatory oversight at the town level on that.
Okay, thank you.
She's regulated by the state of Rhode Island, the health department,
Yes.
and her products are?
I'm sorry?
Are your products regulated by the Rhode Island Department of Health too?
No, they're not.
I don't believe we can rule on that as the zoning board, guys.
No.
I think the only thing we can do is
I
recommend
will
that
definitely.
tries to get some type of clearance. And
I will
of course,
definitely
you're
take any
subject to all
action
those
on-
fun rules on COVID, correct, Joanna? Joanna,
I'm sorry?
you have to abide by all these fun COVID rules.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. And
Okay.
everything would be one-on-one appointment only and, sanitary, everything. Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions for the petitioner?
Hey, Jim, this is Chris. I got to apologize. I know you're going to ask for a motion to approve, and I've got to grab a computer cord to charge my computer. But if you get to that, I would approve this personally.
Okay, thank you. We can
If
always
my
have,
computer dies, I'll be back.
we have Mr. Hantoon standing by.
All right.
We'll let him vote. Or actually, it's Andy Bacon. Sorry, Dan. Any other discussion for the petitioner? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to the public. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak either for or against this petition?
Doesn't appear anyone's raised a hand.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion to accept?
Motion to approve.
Olin Gambrell gets the first. Tom Silvera gets the second.
Okay.
Mr. Bacon, you're voting on this? So,
Okay.
Discussion?
I'm gonna vote in favor of the petition. It's a formality. She's regulated by the State Department of Health. And it's just a formality that she needs a special use permit to open up in that district.
Yeah,
So I'm
I
gonna
think
vote
she
in
needs,
favor of it.
yeah. Any other comments?
No.
I think she meets the 5 requirements of a special use permit. There is no public safety issues. So I too am going to support it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. The voting members on that were Jim Miller, Tom Silvera, Tom Heaney, Olin Gambrell, and Andy Bacon. Okay. Gentlemen, I appreciate your patience.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your patience and thank you for sticking around this late.
The next petition has, petitioner has 2 petitions. Petition of Paul Campbell, owner, by his attorney Gerard Galvin Esquire, for a variance from sections, excuse me, section 603, 701, 803, and 903 to allow the reconstruction of the second floor of the front structure to include a second floor deck with a front yard setback of 8 feet 1 inch where 25 feet is required, and a west side yard setback of 5 feet 2 inches where a 20 feet setback is required, and construction of a 10-foot by 13-foot rear deck on the rear structure with an east side yard setback of 2 feet 4 inches and a west side yard setback of 3 feet 8 inches where 20 feet is required, resulting in an increased lot coverage to 28.7% where 25% is allowed. Said real estate is located at 116 Purgatory Road and further identified as Lot 34 on Tax Assessor's Plat 116 Northwest. Petition of Paul Campbell, owner, by his attorney Gerard Galvin Esquire, for a special use permit from section 602 and 803A to allow the expansion of a legal non-conforming use. Said real estate is located at 116 Purgatory Road and further identified as Lot 34 on Tax Assessor's Plat 116 Northwest.
Mr. Chair, Gerard Galvin for Paul Campbell. Again, thank you for sticking around this late. 2 quick points of clarification and a proposed reduction in relief. First, I just want to make clear that there's no application to expand or alter the use on this property. There are 2 dwelling units now. That is what is being, that would be continued as the use. There is the application to alter the structure of the front house, and the application has the request for a rear deck that would increase the lot coverage on the second structure. To start things off tonight, we'd like to remove the proposed deck from the rear structure from the application. That would reduce the amount of lot coverage relief from 28.7% down to 26.5%, where 25 is required or allowed. And so I wanted to make those two clarifications right off the top, just reducing what we think is reflected in the current application. I have Mike Russell here, the civil engineer, Shane Mulrooney here, who is the architect, Paul Campbell, who is the owner, and Jim Hool also. And I know I submitted his report on this matter recently. I apologize that that came in late to you. I understand in these times especially, it's important to get these things to you with enough time to consider them. But I'm hoping you've had a chance to review that. My goal, of course, is to limit the testimony to only what you feel is needed, and I'll follow your guidance on that. But to start, I would ask that Mr. Campbell be sworn in, and I could begin with a little testimony, unless you or the board have any questions for me at this
Nope,
point.
let's get Mr. and Mrs. Campbell sworn in. Can you raise your right hands, please? Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Paul Campbell, 547 California Street, Newton, Mass.
547 California Street, Newton, Mass.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Galvin.
Okay. Hi, Paul. Let's see. Can you start by telling us, first of all, how many children you have?
We have five children.
Okay. And in recent years, you've spent a lot of time coming down here to Middletown for family vacations, correct?
Yeah, we've been renting in Middletown for over 5 years.
Okay.
Rented
And
next
it's-
to where we're currently looking to live.
And at some point, you decided that you'd like to purchase a home down here to become more or less your second home or vacation home, correct?
Yeah, our intent is to have it as a second home, vacation home, year round.
Okay. And you bought this property about the summer of last year, correct?
Closed on it in the fall of 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
And could you describe the condition of the property currently?
I'd describe it as derelict, almost derelict.
All right. And so tell us what you'd like to do with the property and why.
So, with discussion with Mr. Galvin and understanding the lot size and the parameters we're working within, we're not looking to expand off the existing foundation of either building. The main house is essentially a 2-bedroom on the first floor and a half a floor on the second floor with about a 30-inch or less wide stairway going from first to second floor. So what we intend to do, what we'd like to do is make the entire first floor open space, living space, and have bedrooms on the 3 bedrooms on the second floor, and build modern staircase, conforming staircase, basement to second floor, and then try and increase the view from inside to outside to the beach, because you can, that's pretty much the goal. That's the beauty of the property, is you can see first beach from your living room. So we're trying to get that, bring that into the house. And then the ancillary piece of it, the back building is about 500 square feet. We're looking to keep it as it is, single bedroom, bathroom, galley kitchen, and open room, and then sliding doors at the rear with a patio. And that's what we would like to do.
And what is your intention in terms of who would be using that, the auxiliary building, as you call it, or the secondary building in the back?
I think that's where I'm going to end up, folks. That's where I'll be put. Yeah. kids and grandkids. Our oldest daughter's getting married down at St. Joseph's summer of 22. And the hope is his grandkids and the like and next generation will use the building. So seriously, that's where I'm going to end up in the back.
Okay.
Mr. Campbell, I have a quick question. And I know you just bought the property in the fall, but it sounds to me like the 2 bedrooms on the first floor are used as bedrooms, and then this area on the second floor is used as a sleeping area. Is that correct?
Appears to be correct. Yep.
Okay. Because what's critical here is we don't expand the use. So if your testimony is that there's 2 bedrooms on the first floor and the second floor is currently being used as a bedroom area, then a 3-bedroom works. Because the concern in a non-conforming use is not to increase the use, the non-conforming use. So as long as it maintains the same use, which is 3 bedrooms, which it sounds like it, then I don't believe it is an expansion of the non-conforming use. And I appreciate you pulling the deck, removing the deck, because one, there was a letter in the file in opposition to it, and 2, that would have expanded the non-conforming use back there. So thank you for.
Mr. Chair, on that point, I do believe the Campbells would be intending to replace that with a grade level, patio or sitting area, but I don't believe that requires any relief.
That doesn't require zoning relief at all.
And just so you know, I did reach out to all the abutters and did not hear anything back. So I haven't seen that letter in the file. I don't know if anybody's here in objection to that, but we certainly would have communicated with them had we received it.
Yeah, I'll make sure that you get a copy from Mr. Costa, and they might be on the phone to talk.
Okay. Well, I don't have any more direct testimony from Mr. Campbell. Unless there's other questions for him from the board, I would open it up to the architect or the engineer for any questions you all may have for them.
I'll leave it to the board. Does the board have any questions?
Just the issue of lot coverage. You mentioned that by not putting the deck on the back, you reduced from 28.7 to 26.5. Is that what exists right now, lot coverage at 26.5? Or is some of the changes you're gonna make cause that overage a little bit?
There's the slightest bit. I believe it's about, at this point, it would be about 1%, kind of evening off the front. Currently, there are some bay windows, an awning over the front doorway, and this proposal sort of levels off in the front where the decks are, adding a very slight increase there.
Okay, thank you.
Similar to my last petition, we do have the Hool report. I do have Mr. Hool here. I can run him through the testimony, or alternatively, I'd ask that his report be accepted as an expert and his report be made an exhibit prior to closing the hearing.
I just have one question for Mr. Hool on the property in question regarding the modifications. Jim, are you there? Jim, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Your voice is very low, so you might want to speak very close to the mic. You've appeared before the board on numerous occasions, so we're going to recognize you as an expert when it comes to property valuations and real estate. My question is, the project on the front house is, how do you see that fitting into the special use permit? Is that is that an expansion of the use at all, or is it reasonable?
No, it isn't. In fact, I actually had the opportunity, I appraised this property a good year before, and it's clear that the second floor of this house is really unusable the way it is. The staircase is very, very narrow. It looks like it was an afterthought to an old attic area, and they are using the second floor as a sleeping loft, but it really isn't anything at all that really conforms to any kind of standards that we would accept today. It would never be built today. And even when I had done the appraisal, I made mention of the fact that it was very likely that somebody was going to have to make an extreme change to this property to rehab it and bring it into current standard use. And, you know, the way I look at it in terms of the expansion, it's really not an expansion of the use for exactly the reason that you said. The utility of the property is not going to change. It really has to happen to make this thing modern and safe. The staircase is really unsafe the way it is because it's so steep and so narrow. And I don't think it has any problem at all conforming to all the standards of the special use permit. You know, you really need to be able to do something to it to utilize it properly today, or else it's just going to stay a derelict property.
And you don't see it as a diminution of the surrounding properties?
Oh, not at all. The only question that I had at all when I looked at the plan was the decks in the front. But if you look at my report, I know you haven't had a lot of time to look at it, but I did include photographs that I had taken. It's on page 9 of my report. You can see that just looking down the street, there are second and third floor decks, and there are decks in the front of all the properties right alongside there. So it's very much in conformance with the neighborhood.
Okay, I did see that photograph. So, any questions for Mr. Hool or the petitioners? Mr. Galvin, do you want to put any more testimony on the record?
I don't think I need to put any more testimony in. I just asked that Mr. Hool's report be noted as a full exhibit.
Okay, duly noted. I'll put that in the record. I will point out that the abutters letter, I'll read this in case they're not on. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the addition to the above mentioned property. The concern is setback, certain distance from my property line. My property line is approximately 7.5 feet from the second house with no room for a deck without being too close to the condo property. There's not much room in the area for any construction, and without a fence, tenants would be on our property. So that was the big concern, was the deck in the back. And that is from Kathy Aponovich at 26A Ellery Avenue, Middletown, Rhode Island, 02842. So I just wanted to read that into the record. And Mr. Galvin, I'm going to open it up unless you have other testimony to see if there's anyone.
No, that's fine. I do see the that objector here. I'm hoping that our sort of proactive removal of that component satisfies her, but we'll certainly listen to anything that she has to say.
Okay. So I'm going to open up the hearing to anyone that would like to speak either for or against it. Ms. Aponovich, since I read your letter, I will start with you. If you can take yourself off mute.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
You swear the testimony tonight will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and address for the record.
Kathy Apanovich, 26A Ellery Avenue, Middletown, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Oh, I was just wondering if, because that house there has been empty for probably 20 years or longer, has been abandoned and is now just home to a lot of wild animals. If you were going to be tearing the whole thing down, I can't imagine you're just going to fix it up. I mean, it's in such bad condition. In that case, it would be a lot of construction going on, and it is just so close to our property. And also, if you're going to be putting a fence up, You did say you weren't going to be doing summer rentals back there also?
Not our intent. No, we're buying it. We bought it to use it, and use it year round. Yeah.
Okay. Now, are you going to be reconstructing that whole place, or?
The intent is a rehab. We will have to take the roof off this if the application's approved, but we're staying within the foundation of the current structure. So it's not something that's been torn down. It's been rehab, but substantially rehab. So there's going to be a fair amount of construction. There's no denying that.
Okay, are there any rules? I mean, with the house has been abandoned for so long that, as far as these variances that you're doing? I'm not sure, but I'm just wondering.
Mr.
Because I
Regan?
had heard there could be.
Mr. Regan, I don't believe there are any. Are there?
Well, once again, you know, when we say the house has been abandoned, I'm not sure exactly what that means. It may just
20
mean
years.
I just may mean that it's simply been vacant. There are provisions in the zoning code for if the abandonment or discontinuance of a non-conforming use.
Yes.
However, those typically would require that it be some, in addition to simple non-use, it would be required to be some overt act, some change. You take the building down, you do something that would inhibit the continuation of that use going forward. So in the absence of that, simply leaving it vacant would not typically constitute an abandonment.
And I would just say the prior owner, owned it, marketed it as the two dwelling home, and that's how the Campbells purchased it. So it was being maintained as such and marketed as such right up until the point of sale.
Well, I know relatives that they had in there, it was abandoned because of drugs are being sold in the house. So that's why I thought it was abandoned. They couldn't sell it. That's what I had heard. I've been living in my house for 30 years, so I was around when somebody did live in that place.
I think we can assure you that there'll be a vast improvement in the quality of the house there and the people in it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that I'm not questioning that at all.
I just have a question.
Just concerned about it being so close to our property and doing so much work there. And you did say you were going to be doing some sort of a small deck, but not a deck on the backside. Is that right?
Yeah. The idea was to not do the deck anymore, but there might be a sitting area off the back there.
In the back?
Level.
Well, I don't know how you could have possibly put that there. There's not enough room. I mean, I could put my hands out and it's like 6 feet and there's one more foot left. I don't know how you could get anything any closer to the property. And with people being out there all the time, I just don't know what size deck you could ever put back there. Has this been drawn up, what you're putting there, or?
They pulled the deck off the proposal. They've nixed it. So
I thought you just said they were gonna, that you were gonna put a deck there.
They're putting a sitting area, which is allowed by right on grade. They're not building a deck. They're going to put a patio.
And
it's going to have to be on their property. They can't go over onto your property.
No,
so there's no rules that they can be that close to our property, even with this sitting area built. I don't know if it's going to be, is it wooden? I don't know what they're putting there, but they'd be right at our property line. I don't even know if we'd be able to put a fence there if we wanted to. That's how close.
Hey, Kathy, apologies. What's your address?
26 Ellery Avenue.
Okay.
And we have a big backyard there, and we've had problems before with, and we have a fence on the, let's see what side there is, that north there? And we had to put one there because the people on the other side were renting and everybody was in our yard. because we have such a nice big yard for volleyball and stuff. So just concerned about it because I have grandkids that play back there, and because we're in this beachy area, and the house next door to this house we're talking about is rented to Salve students who have been causing a lot of problems in the neighborhood with language, loud music all night, and drinking parties every weekend. So I'm just a little concerned because adding more problems here when I have to work and get up in the morning. But I'm just concerned about what you're going to be building there. And you just told me, Mr. Galvin, that this platform would be in the back.
There is no platform being built.
No, it's
a sitting area.
Ground level.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, can I speak to Kathy's?
Sure.
Kathy, do you want a fence back there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll put up a fence. Is that okay? I'll put one up. I don't mind. If you want a fence, I'll put up a fence.
Okay, there are markers.
Yeah, and I had a survey done of a full stamped survey of the property and the property lines. I don't mind putting up a fence if that's what you want.
I think that would be better, yes.
Okay, we'll do that. Good neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Ms. Panovich.
Okay, I think we might have more people that want to talk.
Okay, well, I'm gonna, Ms. Lally, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony this evening will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Shirley Lally, and our property is at 26B Ellery Avenue.
Okay.
So we are also your abutters to the east. Right now, there is no fence there because the rear of this property is so non-conforming. It's a very, very narrow triangle. So the fact that there is a fence west of us on the next property, we never saw the need to put up a fence because it would enclose a very small amount of property. Now there is a need for a fence, especially if the Campbells are planning on putting any kind of patio, whatever, in the back, because for all intents and purposes, you would be sitting in our backyard. So yes, we do need a fence.
Okay, so the fence would make you happy as well.
No, yes, but that's not always going to make me happy. This is a pre-existing non-conforming use, which has been unoccupied for 20 years. And if you look at zoning law, you will see that there is case law for perhaps the fact that a property has been not lived in for that amount of time. You could lose their pre-existing non-conforming use status, so to speak. So what I would like also is for you not to put an existing 9 feet on your second floor in the front house. We would lose our view pretty much altogether. In the mere period of time we have lived there, well, we have owned the property since 2002, we have lost a lot of views. We spent a lot of money to put a deck on our second level. And over time, because of people, putting oversized properties and height restrictions ignored, we have lost a good bit of our view. And I really don't want to lose this one too. So the only way that I could go along with this, if you will agree, if you want to put a second floor on, expand the second floor, don't raise the level by 9 feet, because there's no way that I'm going to go along with that. And the fact that the property has been abandoned for all intents and purposes, yes, it's been taken care of. There was an owner, but nobody lived there for 20 years. The whole pre-existing non-conforming use thing can go away because it's a vastly undersized lot in an R10 zone. So these are my feelings, and I just wanted to let you know how we feel, because I think we have the law on our side.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
If I might quickly respond, you know, I think the Campbells, I mean, clearly these structures, what is being proposed here in my mind is really a rehabilitation. I think the additional space on that second floor is a very light ask. I think the height proposed is 26.
9 feet.
And
Attorney Galvin, would you just go over the exact existing, and everything's so small on my paper. Can you go through existing versus what it's going to be, existing height versus future height?
9 feet.
I'll take it from the attorney, please. It'd probably be a good exercise just to go through all this one more time. Existing height, new height, existing setback, new setback.
Existing height is 19 feet, 6 inches. Proposed is 28, 6 inches.
28.6, but you're allowed 35, correct?
That's correct. So my point.
Give that number 2 if you don't mind.
I'm sorry?
You can give that number 2.
35 feet is allowed.
Okay.
But it's not allowed because it's a pre-existing non-conforming use, and you're not allowed to expand a pre-existing non-conforming use.
Well, what I'd suggest is we've all seen the significant type of development that has gone on in that area in town over the last several years. The Campbells came and purchased this lot. It's a very awkward lot. Everybody agrees on that with these two structures that pre-existed there. They have proposed what I believe and what our expert believes is a very modest renovation of that property, well below the height that would be allowed in this district. Similarly, they very slight increases in lot coverage to what is already there. They've offered to build a fence to address some of your concerns. I think the entirety of the package that is being presented here is going to create a situation that is a significant improvement for the neighborhood, for that lot, for property values in the area. And I think really it is, you know, I'm frankly, I'm shocked and that we're being, that this proposal, this modest proposal is being looked at as a significant encroachment.
Well, you have to understand this from our point of view. We spent a considerable amount of money to construct a deck on our second level. And during that time, there have been all these, you know, exceptions to the heights and lot coverage. So we have lost a good bit of our view. That direction, that property, which has been unoccupied for 20 years, is probably our best view. It is a pre-existing non-conforming use, so you need a variance to be able to increase or expand a non-conforming use. And if there are enough people who object, and I know that there are several besides Kathy and myself, I'm okay with the rest of it if you want to put a second floor on, but just don't raise the height.
Okay, Ms. Lally, what I'd like to do is open it up to the other people that are on the line. We understand your position and we'll take it under advisement as we go forward. But I'd like to see if there's anyone else on the phone that would like to speak either for or against the petition.
I think there were other people who objected. I don't know if they're still there now.
Let's see if they're there.
There's nobody else waiting.
Dave Rushlow was one of them, and there was Matt Kaczynski, who also sent a letter to the board.
There are no other attendees waiting at this time. Everyone is here.
No, I don't think they're here. They may not be
Mr.
here.
Chairman,
They
Mr.
did write
Chairman,
letters.
I think it's going to be very difficult for the stenographer to take this down if people keep interjecting without, you know, being asked to.
Right.
So if you could ask
if there's nobody else on the
Thank
line.
you. That is true. Thank you.
If there's nobody else on the line to add to the objection or in support, I'm going to move to close the public hearing.
I would like to say one more thing. I'd like to get a reasonable answer to my question. Or is your intent to rent this property for short-term rental purposes in the interim before you move there?
No, that's not why we bought the property. That's not our intent. Our intent is to use the property for family.
Ever?
You mean
You can never say never. You can never say never, but we've bought this house. No, we bought this house to renovate it and use it for our family, for our children and grandchildren. That's why we bought it.
But I mean, in the interim, before you retire or whatever your intent is.
No. We want to be down there day one that we can use it. We want to be there. We want to go to First Beach. We want to get down to tickets. We want to get down Second Beach, Third Beach. We want to use it. It's for our.
Won't ever rent again?
You can't say something like that. As an American citizen, I'm entitled to use a property as it's allowed to be used. But I can tell you,
that's right,
as an honest person, that I did not buy this to rent it to somebody else. We bought this to use it. That's why we bought this place. Not for someone else's satisfaction, for ours.
And will you agree?
We've enjoyed the neighborhood, and I'm sure we've walked past you many times. We've enjoyed it for many years. And the opportunity to buy this property came out of nowhere. It was actually, it was in probate. That's why the place has been empty for so long.
I know that.
Yeah. So that's why we bought the house, to use it ourselves.
Ms. Lally, the petitioner has testified that it's not his intention to rent it. He reserves the right to rent it under our zoning code, and he'd have to comply with all the myriad of rules that are coming out along that line. So your objection is well noted, and we understand your position.
One more question with regard to the fence. We never had a fence along our back property line. Our property is a half acre, perfectly rectangular. We never put a fence along our western property line because no one ever lived there. And it was so narrow, it didn't make any sense. But what we would like is a 6-foot stockade fence there.
That's going to be up to Mr. Campbell and the zoning board, the zoning officer. Correct, Mr. Costa?
Yes, correct. You need a fence permit with a site plan to install a fence.
The chair, I have no objection to installing a fence for any abutter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Ms. Lally. Thank you, Ms. Panovich. I am at this point going to ask once more if there's any additional comments if there's any new testimony. Angela, is there anyone raising their hand?
No more hands.
Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I have a motion on the special use permit?
Chris Souza, motion to approve the special use permit.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Chris Souza, second by Olin Grimbrell. Discussion?
You have someone who's come along who's willing to put their hard-earned money into restoring a property with modest renovations. We've seen a lot of development down there where things have really blown up. That doesn't seem to be what's represented in this plan.
Any other comment from the board?
I agree with my colleague. They're gonna buy the house. They bought the house for their enjoyment and their grandkids and children. And they're gonna rehab it and bring it back up to where it's supposed to be. So in that case, I'm gonna vote in favor of the petition.
Yeah, and I would just like to echo the comments that, there is a lot that they are putting into rehabbing this property and talk about a very unique and difficult lot to work with. And the fact that they really don't have a lot to work with, but they're gonna, put what they can to bring those the home and the out structure back, I think is adding definitely as far as the surrounding area. It's not going to detract, but it's going to add to the homes in its vicinity. And I compliment the Campbells for being willing to take this project on.
I too am going to support the petition. I think the neighbors brought up some valid points, and I think the Campbells have met them reasonably to meet them part way. On the question that was raised regarding the abandonment, as far as I know, the taxes were paid and the use was not for it didn't go away. It's still listed on the tax rolls appropriately.
It wasn't forfeited.
So I don't think it's our place to declare it abandoned. I don't think this is the venue for that. So I'm going to support it as presented. I think Mr. Hull testified. My concern was the expansion of the use, and I think that the fact that the second floor was already being used as a bedroom, it had 3 bedrooms, and it's going to be 3 bedrooms going forward. So I don't see it as an expansion of the use. Any other comments from the board?
Welcome to Middletown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The next, I need a motion on the petition for the variance. And please make a note that we have to strike the deck from it on the second dwelling. So when you make the motion, please say it's without the deck on the. And Mr. Galvin, when you write this up, will you make sure that is written up appropriately?
I will.
Do I have a motion to accept the variance?
I'll make the motion to accept the variance and with the condition that the rear deck isn't built.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Silvera. Do I have a second?
Chris Souza, second.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Discussion?
I'm going to vote in favor of it. I believe it's the full enjoyment of a permitted use.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would just like to comment, going back to the discussion of the second floor and the height that they're going up, it's the least relief necessary. They have, obviously could go higher, but they chose not to. And I think in deference to their neighbors. So I think they've done what they can, and I certainly am going to support the variance.
Yeah, I too am going to support it. When I first looked at the project, I had a little concern over the lot coverage, and then I looked at the lot itself, and it's probably one of the most interesting pie-shaped lots I've ever seen. And I think that by removing the back deck, and the increase is very minimal. It's less than 0.5% based on egress issues, I think, on the front when I looked at the plans. So I too am going to support the variance. Any other discussions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And I believe that's the end of our calendar, Mr. Heaney. Am I correct?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much
You're welcome, Mr.
for sticking it out.
Yeah, I think according to my records, as messed up as they are right now, I think we're done.
It's 10:20.
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Mr. Costa. I adjourn the meeting at 10:20.
Okay.
Thank you all very much for staying here.
Yeah, Olin made the motion.
And who seconded?
I made the motion to adjourn the meeting.
And Chris Souza seconded it.
All right. All right. Good night.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Good night, all.
I think we covered a lot of ground on that one.
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
next
sir.
meeting.
March 9th. March 9th, same time. I don't believe we'll have to go as late, but we might with the.
As long as we clear up the calendar.
Yeah, I think having those other attorneys move their cases helped us out quite a bit.
Most definitely.
Thank you for your time tonight. I'm going home to bed.
Good night, all.
I want to know if Andy Bacon's all right.
Yeah, really, what happened to him?
He's in the shadows the whole evening.
Taking a nap. Where you at, Andy?
That's a good question.
I'm off.
He's probably taking a nap. See y'all
See you
later.
All
guys.
right, see you guys next meeting.
Thank you, Nancy.
Night. Bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.